I call this May 22nd, 2018 meeting of the Morrisville Town Council to order. Thank you to those here in person with us tonight, those watching via live stream, and those who are watching the recording of this meeting. Our town mission statement, which helps guide our decisions tonight and into the future, is connecting our diverse community to an enhanced quality of life through innovative programs and services. I'd like to recognize our Sergeant at Arms tonight, Detective Angie Millis, in the back of the room for us. Thank you very much. The invocation tonight will be performed by Frank Gray.
Thank you, Mayor. We bow our heads, please. Dear Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to gather here tonight. We thank you for the community that is Morrisville and the diversity that we enjoy. We thank you for our elected leaders, and we ask that you grant them your wisdom and patience to work together, work for the good of the entire community. In your name we pray. Amen.
Before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure that there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. So, did I skip that first? Okay. I apologize. All who are able, please stand and join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So now we're up to item 5. Before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. Are there any such conflicts or potential?
Mayor, I just want to state for full disclosure, for the item on the agenda for public hearing 8A, wanted to say that I'm a life member for HSNC. So I don't know if it's a conflict or not, but I just wanted to put it out.
Yeah, I'm also a past member of that organization.
Mayor, I also am a life member of HSNC, and many of the individuals here are friends I've known for a long time. But for the record, whatever decision I make on this issue will be based on the policy reasons of which way I vote. But I did want to express that for the record, that I am a life member. So I don't know if that doesn't constitute a conflict.
Well, the statutory standard is that a council member should not vote on any zoning amendment where the outcome would have a direct, substantial, and readily identifiable financial impact on the council member. And in this particular case, I would not, be my opinion that you would not have any financial impact, any different than the other 900 members of the HSNC. And so I would advise there is no conflict of interest that would prevent you from considering and voting on the matter.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Councilmember Wendell, yes.
The only concern I would have for any life member of an organization is there could potentially be financial gain in the form of political contributions from an organization. Is it specifically related to ownership in an organization? And I know we can't speculate, but it certainly could bend someone's mind to think it could be a conflict if there were future donations to somebody's political campaign. So I just bring that to the attention of everybody.
Well, I would say, political campaign contributions are perfectly legal. They're reported, they're disclosed, and so, someone can say or argue that may have an impact on someone, but it's not illegal. It's perfectly legal.
Not the campaign contribution specifically, but a favorable vote in favor of one organization versus another with potential financial gain in return for that vote. That's I only ask to see if there's any issue, because I can imagine that would probably come up in the minds of some of the people watching, or in the audience today for that matter.
It's my advice that there's no direct, substantial financial impact on the council member.
Okay.
By being a member of the HSNC. So I would advise the council members they could deliberate, consider it, as Councilmember Rao said, apply your own judgment and standards to whatever decision you make.
That covers it.
Okay, I wanted to say just one other thing. If we wanted to be excused, it would be your advice that we're not even allowed to do that.
That's correct.
Okay, so
If you're present
we
in
will be
the
voting.
chamber, you have to vote?
We will be voting.
That's
We are
right.
compelled, so it's not like we could even ask to be excused in this case. Okay, thank you very much. So thank you for sharing those for full transparency. I would now ask for a motion to adopt tonight's agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that motion carries unanimously 7-0. We are now at the consent agenda, which consists of 3 items. The April meeting minutes. Would any council member like to pull any item for discussion? Okay, hearing none, I would ask for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries 7-0 as well. Thank you very much. We are now at item 7, public address. Members of the public may sign up to speak on any issue of their choosing and will be provided 3 minutes each to share. To be fair and respectful of everyone's time, I will thank speakers when 3 minutes have lapsed and ask them to conclude their thought. Speakers can then provide any additional thoughts in writing or via email to the town clerk or the town council at their convenience. Has anyone signed up to speak? Okay, we also received one online, and in the past, we've had the town clerk read that out loud, or should we just add that to the record?
I think we should read it out loud.
I'm happy to read that if you would like, but it will also be included in your minutes.
Okay, if you could read that out loud, Town Clerk Hudson, we'd appreciate it.
One e-comment received from Daniel Pope at 105 Millicent Way. It reads, Dear Town Council, I saw recently the town's proposed transportation projects plan. Please remove the option for a roadway in the study for the Millicent Way connection to Little Drive. The only option I can accept to prevent a tragic accident is a greenway there. Here are the reasons why. Drivers unfamiliar with the neighborhood will use it as a cut-through for commuting to and from work. Neighborhood kids are always crossing or darting out into the street. People that live in this neighborhood know this and are extra cautious when driving in Breckenridge. Willingham has blind turns and is already dangerous enough even with neighborhood drivers. There was an accident where a car rolled a couple of times. Thank goodness there was nobody around where it occurred at the time. The connection will create a cut-through path for people dropping off or picking up kids at the new school. This will be a hazard to lots of school kids that will be crossing roads, not just kids that live in Breckenridge. There's already several planned cut-throughs in Breckenridge. There is not a need for another one. Surely this will lower home values in the part of the neighborhood between Parkside Valley and Little Drive. Thank you for your service to the town. Morrisville is a great city to be in, and I'm excited for its future. Please do the right thing with respect to the Little Drive connection and only allow it to be a greenway. Instead of being a danger and hazard to our kids, it could be something that is healthy and fun.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. No one has signed up for public address. So is there anyone here who wished to sign up but failed to? Okay, then we'll move on to the next item, which is number 8, public hearings. We have a couple of them. First one is related to annexation of 234 Aviation Parkway, and I'll ask Elliot Ward, Planner 1, to provide any updates on this item. We were originally briefed on this on May 8th. Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. As a reminder, this item is a request for voluntary annexation in the town of Morrisville for 1.48 acres of property, commonly known as 234 Aviation Parkway. The subject property outlined here in red is located on the southeast side of Aviation Parkway and in the vicinity of Liberty Hill Pass. The property is currently in the town's ETJ and is zoned office institutional. The current use for the property is 2 single-family detached manufactured homes. As a reminder, town staff is recommending approval of the proposed annexation, and council is asked to consider the proposed annexation and should either approve or deny the annexation. Consideration of the annexation is legislative and generally considered to be discretionary, and that's all I have, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do any council members have any questions on this item? Okay. So looking to see if there's anyone signed up to speak. There's no one signed up to speak on this item. So I'd entertain a motion to close that public hearing.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries 7-0 to close the public hearing. We were scheduled to vote on this on June 12th, or we could, or today. Does the council have had any desire to vote on this today?
I can vote today, too.
I would say since we had no comments in the public hearing,
Okay, are you too comfortable with that as well?
No problem. That's fine.
Okay, so I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
second.
Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries 7-0. Thank you very much all for getting that through. The next public hearing is related to amending the land use plan and zoning map for 301 and 305 Aviation Parkway. I will ask Mr. Ward to provide any updates on this item. Council was originally briefed on this item on May 8th.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just bring it up. Apologize. Just a brief reminder that this is an item. This item is a request for land use plan and zoning map amendment for 301 and 305 Aviation Parkway. The applicant is requesting an amendment to the land use plan from the Town Center New Supporting Residential District to the Town Center New Office and Institutional Area. The applicant is also requesting a zoning map amendment from the Residential Transition District to the Conditional Office Institutional District. The request is being made to accommodate the construction of a new banquet facility at the site, but any use allowed in the office institutional district that is not included in the conditions would be permitted should the application be approved. The subject property currently resides in the town's ETJ, so the applicant would need to annex into the town to connect to utilities. Here is the sketch plan offered from the applicant with a general outline of the site. The red indicates the current property lines, and the black is potential vehicular access. Just as a reminder, this is only a conceptual drawing, and the site layout could differ with an approved site plan later on should the request be approved. Council did have a few questions during the briefing at the May 8th meeting, which I'd like to address. The first question was regarding the use of the adjacent lot. Currently, the use for the property is a single-family detached home. This lot here. There were a few questions about the transportation improvements near the subject property on Aviation Parkway. Currently, there are no cross-section details available from NCDOT for the aviation improvements. However, long-range planning manager Ben Howell stated that there will most likely be a median in front of 301 and 305 Aviation, so the properties would be right in, right out. There's also a question about possible traffic light near the property, but again, Planner Howell said that he was not aware of any planned traffic lights in this area at this time. Council inquired about anticipated improvements at the intersection of Aviation and Evans Road. Planner Howell mentioned that specific improvements will not be known until the details of that NCDOT TIA are available for further study. Council also mentioned possible changes to the proposed restricted uses. However, these changes would need to be voluntary from the applicant, and town staff has not received any updated conditions as of today. There were also discussions about the pending land use plan update and how it would affect this and future zoning amendment requests. While staff cannot say for sure what will be submitted rezoning application-wise in the future, I did want to let you know that rezonings have been added to the new development map on the town website. And council may want to go and use that resource to see what's already been submitted as an application and what will be presented to you in the near future. Just as a reminder, a TIA was conducted for the highest trip generation potential use for the conditional office institutional district. The details of that TIA are found in your packet. and the proposed district will not impact local schools' student population numbers. As a reminder, there were 3 conditions that were voluntarily offered from the applicant that included restricted zoning uses, a new or updated TIA, and that all parking would remain on site. Again, town staff is recommending approval of the requests and believe that the proposed land use is consistent with the uses in the surrounding area. Action on this item is set for June 12th, following tonight's public hearing. And that is all I have. And the applicant is prepared to make a brief presentation. So if the council has any process questions, I'd be happy to address those. Otherwise, I'll invite the petitioner up to the podium to present.
Process questions, or we want to go right to the presenter? Okay.
Not now.
Yeah, why don't you? So I'd maybe recommend we'll have the applicant present. We'll have some public hearing to hear from everybody, and then
Might want to ask the presenter.
and we can ask presenter, and then we'll do public hearing, and then we'll have a discussion amongst the group. Does that sound okay to everybody? Okay. Thank you for coming. If you could identify your name and your role for the record.
Thank you, and thank you, Elliot. My name is Danny Howell with Real Engineering. I'm representing Anand Properties. My client, Anand Singh, purchased 301 and 305 Aviation Parkway and is seeking to rezone it from RT to O&I. And like Elliot had mentioned, it's consistent with other zoning in the area. Had him put the map back on board, as you can see. The blue is the OI, which is what we are requesting for the red square in the middle there, and there's IM and OI, and it really sets up for a more commercial, as you're coming in the corridor of Aviation Parkway coming into Morrisville, more of a commercial feel in that area. So I think the zoning does fit for the proposed plan. And the existing zoning, the RT residential transition, is set up for a transition from the preserved residential in the back to Aviation Corridor, and there is no way to get from one to the other in this situation. So the zoning really doesn't fit our actual site as well. So another reason why I think the O&I makes sense as well. So the client and myself are here if you have any questions for us. But
Anyone on the council for any questions for the applicant? Okay. Mayor Protem.
So just to be clear, the adjacent property in the blue is the same zoning as the zoning that you're seeking this evening?
that is correct. The blue is O&I office.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Councilmember Rao?
It may be early to ask, but one concern I have is just the parking issues. There's a lot of parking issues with the existing facility, the temple and the hall, and I'm just concerned that the facility that we're proposing, if it's large enough to accommodate that kind of parking, because I don't want to approve something and then find out that there's not adequate parking. We've been to events there, all of us, and it's hard in that parking lot anyway, and now you're going to bring in a banquet facility. So how do you address that concern?
We have actually had several meetings with planning staff for that very reason. The banquet hall requirement in Morrisville is pretty stringent, where it's one space per 100 gross square feet. Several other municipalities in the area use assembly space to associate that parking, where here everything generates park. It accounts for bathrooms, kitchens, lobbies, changing areas and stuff like that don't generate traffic are included in those parking numbers. So there would definitely be sufficient parking. And it actually, as we got into the site plan process a lot earlier from this rezoning. We had multiple meetings with planning staff because of that same very issue. I even requested a potential text change for the banquet parking, as I thought it was a little bit overparked, but that was not received.
As a follow-up question, this is approximately 2 acres of land, correct?
Yes, sir, 2.12.
So just based on looking at our kind of improvements, if we did single family, you could probably have about maybe I would say 8 homes, single family homes. So I'm trying to visualize, from a traffic, and we get a lot of complaints from citizens of traffic and congestion. Do we have any kind of estimates of the kind of people that would be coming in and out of the facility? Because if I look at 10 homes, we've already got residential use around there. That's, to me, less cars than 300 people coming in, 3 days a week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I don't know. Just trying to paint a picture of.
What is great about that proposed use of the banquet hall is the big problem with Morrisville traffic is morning peak, lunch time peak, and afternoon peak. And a banquet hall, they're not open during the week. They're open Friday evenings, the weekend, and Sunday morning and evening. So I think it's an ideal use from a traffic standpoint.
Are we, help me understand, are we as a council approving a facility and the traffic it may produce, or are we approving a zoning? I mean, I'm just curious, because if there's no guarantee there's going to be a banquet hall there, correct? And I guess the other argument would be, if we're going to argue about traffic, should we argue about the existing facility and the traffic it creates? I don't think we should damn one in favor of another just because it may or may not create traffic. I don't see that as being an argument point. And if it's traffic, then it's our responsibility to take a look at the roads and say, what do we do to alleviate traffic to meet the zoning? So it's, I guess the only question I have right now is, we're not debating the facility or how many customers it's going to have. We're debating the use of that land.
I agree, and I have not made a decision yet. The only reason why I was asking the questions was trying to look at the benefits of keeping it the way it is versus making the change. Because if we keep it the way it is, it's residential transitional. If we make the zoning change, we're going to have O&I, but you still can have residential, or is it only office? You have both?
Like I said, we have not proposed a site plan at this point.
Okay, all
We're
right.
trying to get the rezoning so that we can figure out what other options we can have.
All right.
From us as well.
That's the only reason why I asked. I just want to sort of know, what
So to weigh in on that a little bit too, I think it is incredibly important that council consider the uses that would be allowed, because the uses in O&I are much more intense, and according to what's in our briefing sheet, will generate much more traffic than residential would on this particular property. And that is something we need to consider. So that is important. What the use is, I have no idea. You have no idea. I'm sorry, you all don't have any idea either. You may truly believe that you want to build a banquet facility, but that may not be what ends up on this property. And it is our responsibility to understand all the uses that would be allowed and what that would mean as far as traffic generation. And they're all much more intense. So it is a valid issue to consider.
Yeah. Just clarification too, in the RT zoning under staff approval, there's club or lodge and community center are also approved uses for administrative approval in RT zoning, which generate, I just still don't know what the difference between a club and a lodge and a banquet hall is for all clarity.
But to be clear again, the O&I use allows for much more intense than those uses. It could be retail, it could be a hotel, it could be, and I will tell you, I think, so what concerns me is that I was here when this land use plan was generated, and there was a great deal of public input that went into this plan and went into the RT zone and the RT description. And I remember quite well that this area in particular there was a great deal of conversation about what would be, and not just these two parcels, but in this whole area, what would be appropriate. And with that, with the help of the public, with our staff, this zone, this RT zone was created, and clearly is what council at the time believed was appropriate for this surrounding area. I am still of that like mind. If you look to, yes, to the right of this property is O&I. To the left is not. To the left is also RT. And there was a reason for that. And I would tell you, if council is going to go ahead and rezone these two parcels, you are going to see a rezoning creep, because the parcel next door is going to come in and is also going to say, now we are not appropriately zoned, and now we want O&I. So now you've got all of this land is going to be O&I. And I will tell you that I'm not sure that's appropriate.
That's what I was trying to say, because one thing I've learned over the last 8 years is that once you do a rezoning and you make a change, you cannot look back. You're going to be bound to the intensity of the uses and things that are not under your control. So we can't control what goes in there, but what we can control, and we've made decisions in the past where we've rezoned for multifamily and some of the things you and I've talked about, all these homes that were being built. And once we did it, that was it. We lost control, and people could come in and build, bunches of homes.
But
So
the
it's
fact is,
intensity.
council can rezone. It's not, you can't say you do it and then for the rest of time that it's completely,
Right.
it's gone in that way. And, irrespective of what was done 5 or 10 or 17 years ago, when we look at this area right now, I would hope that we would, as council, we would take some comfort in what our staff is making as recommended proposals, that they do this every single day and bring recommendations to us. The other question I have is this property currently for sale, or is there any chance HSCN is going to offer to buy this property if we rezone it? Has there been any discussion about selling it to them in the last 2 weeks?
As an engineer, that's a difficult question for me, and maybe not the appropriate question, but the property is not currently for sale. But there have been talks between the society and my client. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So we've heard from this side, Councilmember Garamella.
My question is more for the staff, because just last session, we had a discussion, the opposite land, which is IM. We are going to spend $1.5 million for designing of the public works and the entire area for redesigning that whole thing, like the Wake County recycling thing, and then also the place from where the Cedar Fork District Park will be connecting. And to my knowledge, and the discussions were at the past, that it would come opposite to the intersection of HSNC, and it will be a full moving intersection. There were discussions at the past that would be how it would be, and it would be a median with a 4-lane. And I want to make sure that is still what has been the plans.
The preliminary designs that I have seen, and I know they're still in the revision stages and drafting stages, does show a full access intersection at the existing entrance to HSNC. So if that were a full movement and aviation is converted so it doesn't have suicide lane, I don't know what the technical term is, but the middle lane, but there is a median, yes, it would be a right-in, right-out movement for any development that would come along there. So it's whether it's RT or O&I.
So the reason I'm coming back to is that the whole area is going to completely change. It's as far of the traffic point of view, because the trip generations are going to change, because the circulation pattern of how people are going to recycle is going to change in the evenings. And then the public works of how they go from International Drive and come out is going to change. And the way, I don't know how the Cedar Fork District Park is going to work, because we don't know the design, but the way they're telling is it will be a median in the middle, right in, right out, and how that will come out. So in our budget, we just talked about, as part of our thing, is to put $1.5 million as part of the design. And that is where I'm trying to understand is, how is the alignment going to come and which roads are going to connect and how much trip generations is going to create. Because eventually, forget this rezoning for a second. How is that intersection going to play the whole role into this area? And then like from Elliot, you said like, is the gap between International Drive and this one, are we going to get a light? How is the traffic going to flow into it? Because that's very important, because this whole dynamics of this area is going to change pretty significantly in 2021 when we are going to have 4-lane road. So those are my questions. I need answers for that.
The preliminary site plan and stuff that we've proposed so far, everything has been based on a right in, right out situation. Because every version of aviation that's in front of us all has, like you said, the median in front. So it will be right in, right out for our access.
Yeah, for your access, but especially the intersection from where this whole dynamic is going to change, because even though it's IM on the opposite end, we are going to create a lot of traffic from other side too. That's where I'm coming to. It's even though it's O&I here, it's IM on the other side. That zoning is not going to change, but it will significantly, because town is putting a heavy investment with the public works, bond. Might be like how we program it is a different question, but we are heavily partnering with Wake County and our public works facility to do that. That's
correct. And with our TIA, we had preliminary talks with DOT, with our TIA too, and they spoke of that. And our potential westbound right turn lane into the site was also mentioned preliminarily, depending on what our site use is. We may come in with something that's a lot less, and it may not require a dedicated right turn lane, but to help get traffic off of aviation and get out of the traffic and come in, if that helps.
Thank you, Councilmember Garamella, for reminding us that we have to think of the entire area and how it fits in with all the other puzzle pieces that we're trying to work together with the budget and everything. Councilmember Schlink or Mayor Pro Tem, did you have anything that you wanted to ask at this time? We'll have more discussion after the public speakers too. You guys good for now?
No, I'm going to hold my comments till I've heard everything.
Councilmember Schlink, would you like to add something at this time?
A couple quick questions. Could we have the slide back up with what one of the proposals was for staff? You showed the diagram of the. And for the applicant, so how many parking spaces are you going to need based upon the diagram?
Oh, he wants the exhibit.
Yeah, that one. So if your building was that size, you need how many parking spaces? And they're all in that. They're all proposed. They're all.
Sure. This is a
generic on that
exhibit that the town likes for us, staff likes us to include, and what it's mainly for is to give a general traffic pattern and egress points showing the cross access between adjacent properties. This is a generic drawing, but again, this is for our original banquet hall facility. And we originally came in with a 13,500 square foot banquet hall is what we were looking at, and that would of course generate 135 parking spaces.
So you have enough for 135?
And we were coming up with about 115 to start with. So therefore, after talking, we got into the site plan a little early because of the rezoning. So with meeting with staff, we actually were going back and forth, and we actually reduced the size of the building to 10,000 square feet.
So you could get 115.
Yeah, actually was getting closer to the 100.
Okay, I got it. Because again, yeah, this isn't locked in, granted, but so these egress routes, that's based upon you. Have you done any coordination? So your goal is to build roads out?
Those are stubs to the drive aisles, but those are required by the UDO to provide those. We actually even were going to request a waiver for. Sorry.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. So staff, you'd have to request a waiver.
But we were told that would not be entertained for the waiver to the society.
So you couldn't build it the way you wanted to?
I'm saying we're providing the stub now as the UDO states, so we're providing the stub.
Yeah, but if you can't get the egress, it's more for staff, then you couldn't
No,
build it.
we add the stub, and then if the Hindu Society does any improvements to their facility, when they do their site plan improvements, they would have to provide the connection, and then you'd have.
Or we
cross-access.
require them to do it.
That's correct, per your cross-access requirements.
So that's interesting. I'd like that on future progress. I know in North Town Hall, we talked about a road connection up there, and we said we couldn't demand it, but that's a different one. The North Town Hall properties will go offline now. I get that one. But thank you. That's 2 questions I had.
Okay. Thank you very much for answering our questions. We really appreciate it. Now we'll move on to the public hearing portion. We have 7 people signed up for public hearing. And just remind everyone that we'll be provided 3 minutes each to share to be fair and respectful of everyone's time. I'll thank speakers after 3 minutes have elapsed and ask them to conclude their thought. The first 3 speakers are Gangadhar Sharma, Bipin Misri, and Bhupender Sumpt. Perhaps if the first speaker could come up and the next 2 line up, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you. And I apologize for any mispronunciations, which I'm sure I'm mispronouncing.
I am Gangadhar Sharma, resident of Morrisville for 10 years, 35 years in Raleigh, and I am the trustee of the Hindu Society. I bought this land, 309, about in early 1985. When I bought this land, there was nothing very much in the Morrisville area. There were few shops on the Chapel Hill Road, a small place, but the Hindu Society really worked very hard, and the Morrisville township you have seen now has changed. The society has a big role in developing the Morrisville township. For the last 15 years or 16 years, we are having Indian Independence Day and a lot of dignitaries coming to the temple. Governor Hunt, Governor Perdue, Governor Pat McCormick, Governor right now, what is it? Governor Cooper. He came several times when he was Attorney General. And also many of our other dignitaries, Nikki Haley, who is the U.S. Ambassador in UN, she visited this place. Every member, mayor of Morrisville Township, and many of our Morrisville council members visited the Hindu Society. So we have a very good relationship between the Hindu Society and the Morrisville Township, Morrisville Council. Morrisville Council one time held their meeting, open meeting in the Hindu Society's hall. So they were so much impressed. One time, the Saroj Sharma, she had the picture hanging in one of the hall of the Morrisville Township. So we're really close knit to each other. All of this growth of the Morrisville is due to the Hindu Society. Now, one more thing I want to tell. When I bought this land, 6 acres for $80,000, in those days, to collect the money was very difficult. I have to give a pledge that on this land, no meat and no alcoholic drink will be served. At that time, I collected the money, and within a year or 2, we paid up all the money. Few years back, there was a talk that they will serve the alcoholic drink in the hall. I told them, no, they cannot do it. I will do the satyagraha, I will lie down on the door, and you have to walk on my body.
Okay, Dr. Sharma, if you want to just...
allow
I'm sorry. In order to be fair to everyone's time, if you could just finish your thought, I'd appreciate it. Okay, thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Bipin Mistry, and you can tell us how to correctly pronounce it now.
My name is Bipin Mistry.
Thank you.
And I've been in this area for over 25 years, and I'm a trustee on the HSNC. And I'm here to oppose the rezoning of 309 and 301 and 309 Aviation Parkway, building the banquet hall. One of the reasons is because of the parking situation, but mainly for the traffic, because the way the traffic has been proposed, the traffic going in and out of the property will have to use the turning lane without the median and turning lane that we built. And also, there is no plan for how the whole traffic is going to be, because the number of traffic that they're talking about, they're going to use the parking lot of HNC to go for the parties, and the banquet hall party is going to be the same time where the HSNC events are going to be. And they will be using our parking lot, saying that they want to come for the prayer, but then they will walk to the party, because banquet hall typically, even though it's a square feet of 1,000 square feet, it could accommodate more people, number of cars, that they will be using our parking lot. And that's not fair in terms of that they'll be using our parking lot, and that's create a more. So until we have a traffic situation, I would request that the rezoning can be delayed until we know how the whole traffic situation is going to be, because they will be using, because the way the diagram says, they will be using our land for the parking as well as the exit in and out. So that's going to deteriorate all the events that's going on at HSNC. So I request that it could be delayed until we have a better plans with the parking, traffic pattern and the parking situations. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Bhupender Sumt. The two after that are Atul Balodia and Vikram Bora. If the next two could also line up, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council members, Pro Tem Mayor, and I see the Sheriff here and all the staff. Good evening to all of you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to share my concerns regarding proposed rezoning of land 301, 305, Aviation Parkway. My name is Bhupender Gupta, and I've been a resident of this region since 1963, when I came as a faculty to NC State University, and I'm one of the original members of the Hindu Society of North Carolina. I hold regular spiritual services at the temple. And so I have the right kinds of concern when I came to know about the zoning. So as a start, let me re-emphasize that the temple is like a church, is a holy place that binds us together in terms of values and our high activities. There is no room either for the use of alcohol, as Dr. Sharma has mentioned, or activity involving loud noise in its vicinity. Let me address the alcohol situation first. We understand that the petitioner intends to serve alcohol at its events. This is not a desirable activity immediately adjacent to a place of puja. The state of North Carolina acknowledges this problem in its regulation of ABC permits. The Alcoholic Beverage Commission's rules mandate that proximity to a church should be considered before issuing such a permit. While the Commission's concerns with alcohol sales and services is within 50 foot, in the current case, the alcohol will be served right next door to the temple. Accordingly, the rezoning request for a banquet hall is not appropriate for consideration when the location is within 50 feet of the place of worship or a school. Now let me address the noise issue. Expected timing of the usage of the hall for banquet, as can be expected, and the timings of the major services in the temple are in conflict. Loud noise is possible from banquet hall, which will interfere with the seriousness and serenity of the pujas and discourses at the temple. Office usage of the place during the weekdays, that is Monday through Friday, time frame would be okay with us from the standpoint of the temple. However, peak operating hours for a banquet or a party at the place would most likely be held during Friday to Sunday and generally in the evenings. These are exactly also the peak hours of the activities at the temple. Therefore, we humbly request that the developer maintain a reasonable buffer to reduce noise impact on the quiet environment required to be observed at the place of worship. So please consider adding the requirement of maintaining 40 to 50-foot buffer from the border between the temple and the proposed development. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Next speaker is Atul Balodia, please, and then Vikram Ora.
Honorable Mayor, council members, and Town of Morrisville staff, thank you for allowing me to share our concerns at public hearing. My name is Atul Balodia. I'm a president of HSNC board this year. And, as we see the plan here and the concerns being raised about traffic and parking, and we also learned based on some questioning here that at this point, NCDOT has some plans, but those plans are not made public about how the traffic will flow on Aviation Parkway. And I think any additional permission here will definitely create more strain on the resources of the city and city. And one of the biggest task in the hands of council member is looking at the future while making a decision, right? So the point here is this is not just a rezoning application to be considered. I think it's a responsibility of council to look at what is the overall impact to the society, to the citizens and people who travel on that road, and make sure that safety and security of the drivers and people are ensured. We have also seen a fatal accident on Morrisville Carpenter Road because of poor road conditions and lack of medians and all that. So I think we are not here to blindly oppose a reasonable usage of the property by any property owner. What we would like to request is consider all these impacts, look at what's coming in future by NCDOT or Town of Morrisville, what are the future plans, and defer the decision until that time. And ONI zoning is pretty broad. It can allow banquet hall, it can allow offices, and it can allow place of worship also. But the character and nature of all these usages is not same. So, with the expected comprehensive land usage plan, my request is that rather than taking one of rezoning applications like this and making decisions, let's wait and watch how the entire comprehensive land use plan evolves. What are the traffic improvements happening in future? And based on that, at proper time, make a decision for future development. We have seen, troubles created by unchecked growth and allowance of development without thinking how resources will be strained, whether it's roads or schools or water and sewer and utilities. So my request to the council is look at the broad picture and then consider any rezoning request. One other thing which can be done in this case is also approve site planning and rezoning both at the same time. So we have a complete information for sure how big the building will be and how big will be the parking lot. So with that, I would like to request that please allow more public hearing for this topic and also delay the decision on rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Vikram Ora, and then Jaisal Amin. Osal Amin? Osa, last name. Sorry. Thank you. I apologize.
Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, and friends.
Could I have your name and address for the record? Sorry.
Yes. My name is Vikram Oza, and I live in Raleigh. and I've been member of this region, HSNC, for over 35 years, and also has been part of this area when I came as a young man and joined IBM 35 years ago. This area has grown quite a bit since then, and of course the Morrisville also, and the growth is great, but if it is planned growth, then it helps everyone, community and everyone. So I've been a board member and also trustee of HSNC for the last 3 years, and thanks for giving me opportunity to come and present my ideas regarding this 301 and 305 lots that we are talking about. And I have talked to other members of the HSNC, and myself and other regular attendees, they have major concerns about approval of rezoning request. So proposed usage is not consistent with the comprehensive plan for the area. The comprehensive plan calls for the residential uses, and the banquet facility for hosting parties and receptions is not residential usage, is not a traditional residential service or the institution. As you know, the traffic on the Aviation Parkway is pretty heavy, and it will continue to grow. Intense use, like banquet facility, on these parcels is only going to make it worse. And the traffic nightmare on Aviation Parkway will be detrimental not only for the people, but specifically for the HSNC folks. So my second point is, when we built the learning center in HSNC, which was about 8,000 square feet, we were asked to put a turning lane, and which cost us about $650,000. At this time, there does not seem to be a plan or any requirements for the developers of 301 and 305 Aviation Parkway to mitigate the traffic concerns. As a result, they are probably going to use the same lanes that we have been, the turning lane that we have created. And as they come, it is going to create another unsafe situation, more traffic jams, and probably accidents or things like that. And also, I feel it is unfair to nonprofit religious organizations like us that have to pay these large sums of money just for the 8,000 additional square feet that we built, while this private for-profit business for 10,000, which probably would be about 10,000 square feet, they will not be eligible. And I will finish about the third and final point about the subject property is too small and intense, and some people have already talked about the traffic, the parking situation, and that might also impact. So I would request council to consider all these points.
Thank you, sir.
To make decision on this.
Appreciate it. Next speaker is Jaisal Amin, and then Anu Sood.
Good evening. I wanted to start by thanking the council members for allowing me to share my concerns regarding the proposed rezoning of 301 and 305 Aviation Parkway. My name is Jaisal Amin. I was born and raised in this area, and I have been going to the HSNC Temple for as long as I can remember. I also attended Sunday school there for 12 years before I went to college, and I am now a teacher there at that same Sunday school. So it's, the religious and cultural activities at HSNC have had a profound impact on not just my life, but the lives of other Indian American and Hindu Americans in this area. I have always been taught that the temple is more than just a place of worship and serenity. It is a place where a divine manifestation of God resides, and that is why we work so hard to create and maintain a serene environment around a temple. It's one of the reasons that, as some people, other speakers have mentioned, alcohol is not allowed anywhere near the premises. And I feel very lucky to have grown up in an area that still abides by ancient Hindu traditions and maintains this serene and sacred environment. And I understand right now the plan is for a banquet hall, but I hope that in this rezoning matter, council members will consider how the potential rezoning of 301 and 305 will impact that sacred and serene environment that I was able to count on growing up, and I hope that further generations of Indian Americans can also count on that, given the growing population in this area. So I wanted to thank you for your time, and I hope you will consider what I have said.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker is Anu Sood.
Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff, thank you for allowing me to share my concern regarding proposed rezoning of 301 and 305 Aviation Parkway. My name is Anu Sood, and I'm the chairperson for Board of Trustees. Excuse my throat. First of all, I want to thank you on behalf of First of all, I want to thank you on behalf of our Hindu society for your understanding of our mission, your involvement, and continuous support for the last 30 plus years. I'm opposed to rezoning as proposed for a banquet hall because overall ambience with traffic, loud music, noise, and alcohol will conflict with our mission as a religious organization. Hindu society is growing as well as is our membership. One very important goal, motto we have is to be good neighbors, and we are working on it. And this will not help that cause. Keeping that in mind, we are and will continue to discuss the situation with the owner of Anand Properties LLC. And he has expressed intent through some of our members to work with Hindu Society administration to resolve the matter and find some alternative solutions. We are a large democratic organization and need time to react. First hearing with Planning and Zoning Board regarding rezoning and this public hearing in front of the council have occurred within a very short period of time. Hindu Society is a non-profit membership-based organization run by volunteers. After receiving hearing notice, we had a very short time to inform the community and time to react. If the council still wants to approve rezoning, barring banquet hall, we respectfully request you that we please defer such action until the applicant can be met with us to work out reasonable conditions to accommodate these concerns. We want an amicable solution to the problem, which is good for both the parties. And also, right now, I would like to have all the members raise their hand who are representing Hindu Society. And thank you. We really appreciate you hearing all of us. And all we can request you, we have invested so much money on the turn lanes, and we have invested, and we want to be very good neighbors. Give us a chance to be that. Don't put more traffic there and then blame us for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is all the people that have signed up. Is there anyone here who would like to speak? So we'll give you that opportunity now. Okay. Okay. First, I think we probably want to close this public hearing. Is that amenable to everybody? So I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So we don't want to extend it to next meeting? Just clarifying.
Yeah, I mean, the council can do whatever we wish, but it seems like everyone had an opportunity to speak who wished to. They had noticed, yeah. So I would like to keep it
open. Yeah.
I would like to extend it to June 12th.
Okay, we're planning to vote on June 12th, and
That's
sometimes
right.
we don't
That's right. So if
make decisions on that same day.
exactly.
Okay,
So if someone comes forward on June 12th, we can have another.
we'd have our discussion at that time as
Yes.
well. Any other thoughts on keeping the public hearing open at this time? Okay.
Liz?
I'm actually fine with closing it. It was advertised as being a one-day public hearing. I'm fine with closing it. I'm fine with leaving it open if that's the will of the council, but I'm fine with closing it today.
Sounds like we're okay leaving it open till the 12th. We need a motion to leave it open, Frank, or do we just leave it?
Leave it open, right?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So that'll be open, and the clerk could note that we're going to have an extended public hearing on the 12th as well. We're scheduled to vote on this on the 12th. I'd love to hear council members' thoughts at this time.
I have some questions.
Vicki, Mayor Pro Tem Scroggins-Johnson didn't get a chance to speak earlier, so we'll grant her the first discussion on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to bring back. You can speak on behalf of the briefing. I know these are really policy questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Scroggins-Johnson, can you move your microphone a little bit closer to yourself, please?
This really heavy binder in front of it, so unfortunately you can't hear me. Is that better? Okay. First off, I have a question about the restriction of outside seating in an O&I kind of district. So let's say a facility like a restaurant wanted to have outside seating. Do we have jurisdiction to restrict that? Is that a property managed kind of thing? Or if a banquet hall wanted to have outside seating?
Can I ask Courtney to help me on this one?
Yes, if any facility goes there, it's allowed under the O&I. If they desired to have outdoor seating and they meet our parking requirements, they're allowed to have outdoor seating.
Good, thank you. The other question I have, well, I actually have two. The second question is, does the town have the ability to restrict the sales of alcohol in this proposed zoning area?
The town, and the town attorney can speak a little more to this, but we do receive permits through the ABC because that's where they are issued. Multiple departments here in the town sign off on those permits, and so if they meet the requirements of that agency, my understanding is that permits are issued. But for us, it's does it or does not comply. Are there any violations? Are kind of the questions we are asked.
Very good. And then my final question is, a question for our long-range planner, is for the Aviation Parkway road project where we're going to go from 2 to 4 lanes, what is the timeline for that first section that's closest to 40, and then how long do you think that project will take?
So the first section is they're working on the interchange, and that work has begun. That section, the interchange work should be completed within the next year to 18 months. And then the remainder of Aviation Parkway work will probably begin around 2023, 2024 timeframe.
So that's about 5 years away. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my only 3 questions.
Okay. Councilmember Schling, please.
Back to, it doesn't have to be now, but I think there was a good point brought up, and you kind of hit on it, but the ABC permit, they have a requirement you can't have it within 50 feet of a...
Well, I'm not an expert off the top of my head,
but
there are parameters for issuing a permit.
So they could
But
deny
that would
it.
be up to the applicant. I mean, let's assume you made the land use plan amendment, and you rezoned the property, and then you approved a site plan. If they want to serve alcohol, they've got to get a permit from the ABC Commission. And the ABC applies their parameters.
Right, I just want those parameters. I'd feel more comfortable
They route it through the
understanding
planning department.
those parameters. It doesn't have to be now, next time.
Yeah, I would have to research because I
That's
honestly
fine,
don't know the
if you could.
parameters.
Just, it was brought up, and I think we kind of hit on it last time it was briefed about blue laws. And then the other thing for the next time, I'd be very appreciative to understand better the egress as defined earlier and asked a question. I find that a little onerous of us to demand that the adjacent property owner has to do something in order to alleviate the traffic in this.
And that's not the context of the code. So the Unified Development Ordinance requires cross-access, so between commercial properties. And it also requires public access between residential properties. So and this is for multiple reasons, and honestly, ensuring trip distribution between the two is not one of them. But hypothetically, if there was just a car accident right in front of one entrance, it does provide a second means of access for emergency access. But if you think about, if you go into a Harris Teeter parking lot, how there's all the different out parcels, they all sit on their own parcel property line and then have access. It happens through multiple different commercial sites, and that was one of the outcomes of the UDO. And then for residential, it's public street connectivity, which is probably something we're all more familiar with because we've been doing it for several years.
I kind of get that, but in this particular item, so the one going to the right, going, let's say, east. So you're saying that they'd have to give up parking spaces in order to make an egress for that business?
Anybody who develops the sites knows our regulations when they come through the door. So in order to meet cross-access requirements.
I'm talking about the Hindu temple would have to give up parking spaces, not them,
So,
in order
no.
to make this egress possible.
So when the Hindu, and this is a sketch, this is not ultimately where they would potentially
But anywhere
end up
along
being
that
located.
border, they'd have to do something that would, my point is they'd have to do something to impact that. It
They would
impact
provide,
their property.
they would provide cross-access to that site. The connection would never occur until such that the temple redevelops. And when they're redeveloping, they're having more intensity at that point, and then they would have to provide their connection through.
But
Sometimes
for
for
that
some
connection?
developments, that does mean loss of lots or spaces. Sometimes it's loss of vegetation. There's a variety of things that occur as sites redevelop it over time.
But certainly there must be some limitation. And like in a neighborhood, you couldn't say you have to take out that house in order to have a connection. And I'm kind of using that as an example, but, and again, just for next time, but I want to understand going west, let's say, to property that hasn't been built, so that somebody comes along and wants to buy that property, and all of a sudden they have to plan for an egress, but maybe that doesn't fit in what the layout of their building. They want to put the building where the egress is in this case, the owner next door. Are you kind of following the logic?
I am following, and this is a challenge that we see on sites all the time, but it's also an opportunity to improve cross-access throughout the town.
Right, but I've never seen it utilized, that's all. As I've seen before, I think we've looked at other cases and they've asked for waivers and they've gotten it based upon the logic we just went through.
I do receive waivers. Not all waivers are granted. So typically waivers are granted if there's a stream. So it's not practical to be able to cross the stream. You may not, especially if it's a buffered stream, and you can't obtain a permit from the state to cross it. But I have other sites that are currently being redeveloped that are having to build out stubs to other ones, even along aviation. They're throughout Morrisville. So again, primarily only if there's a stream is cross-access waived.
I'm getting it, but I mean, I'm just saying I've never seen it utilized. That we built these, but that's fine. Thank you.
And I think over at the Bristol and the new apartment, we also waived one because of height differential, the topography.
There's actually a stream running.
And there is
through
a
in
stream
that
there,
one-
actually?
On that
Okay.
one, yes. There's some iron. So the code talks about environmental impacts. And so streams are typically one of the main ones that will provide that. But, given another religious facility that we're reviewing right now, BAPS is doing a major expansion to their site, and they're having to provide a stub to every parcel adjacent to them, including the Burt's Bees warehouse, as well as another vacant parcel that goes up to the stoplight. That's right there on Nova, or is it Dominion? But Nova or Dominion, whatever the road is there. The only one they've been granted a waiver to is the one going into Lake Crabtree.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Rao?
First of all, I want to thank the applicant for making an investment in Morrisville, and I want to thank all the members that are here tonight and all of those who are watching and who have emailed and phone called me and the other council members and the mayor to be engaged to help us make this decision. As I look at, my comments are really more to the people here tonight, people watching, and also my colleagues on the council, that I think for me, the decision isn't going to be so much about how a specific entity is influenced. It does concern me about the alcohol near the temple and those kinds of things, but I think the issue at hand is, and I think Liz Johnson really hit it on the head, is really nailed it, is the issue at hand is what type of long-term use do we want to see in this area, and what decision gives us more control on reducing the intensity of the use. So I think we're really faced with the decision of keeping it as it is, where it could be built to single family, not as many homes, and it would be compatible with the existing use that is around there, or to go with the change of O&I, and the benefits there are having a facility that we could have more people come and visit Morrisville, entertainment, economic impact, economic opportunity. So I think that's really, for me, what it comes down to, and I just want to sort of go through what's been presented tonight. I'm going to go back and read the emails. I want to hear if people want to come out that weren't able to make it tonight. Come to the public hearing, please. Speak out either against it or in favor of it. And then I want to hear what my other colleagues have to say about this. But for the record, I mean, that's really the way I'm looking at this. I think as I've looked at this, I'll close out with this, that if we don't make a change, we are able to see the land amendment process through to the end, get more public input, not only from the HSNC, but other stakeholders in this part of town, because we are in the middle of a land use amendment process. If we change it before that process, then other people, like Liz said, could go in there and say, I want to change, I want to change. Right? So, I mean, that's just sort of, I just wanted to share with my colleagues as we make this decision, and for each of you to think about what is the long-term use of this area, and to really make it about that. But I want to thank everyone for coming tonight, and I'll make my decision by June 12th. Thank you.
Councilmember Wendell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things about being a leader in government in a municipality is seeing the passion of the people come out to talk with us and to let us know what you feel. So I really do. I also appreciate the passion with which everyone spoke and gave information. I have a tendency to ask hard questions, and I know that, and I do it for a reason. And it's because I want to know, what the reality is, and I believe in absolute transparency. When I look at this particular property, I am looking at 2-point-some acres plus another 2 acres behind it, I guess, or so, that is enveloped in parking lot, a building, and other buildings. So to say that this is the best use of this is residential, I'm trying to see where there's all this wonderful residential property in this particular area. Now, I certainly, as the son of a preacher's kid, I do take stake in the sanctity of a religious entity and the importance of that. If we were to leave it as it is, I would caution all of us to remember that someone's backyard could go right at that dotted line right next to the temple. And if I bought a big single-family home there, I could have one heck of a party in my backyard. I could have all the alcohol I want, and nobody could say anything about it. And so keeping alcohol away from it, I get from a commercial perspective, I do understand that. But, outside of the Pentecostal church that I was raised in, we would never dream of bringing alcohol into a Pentecostal church. But what happened in the house right next door was irrelevant to what happened to us in the church. So though I understand it, to me, there's not a lot of relevance in the alcohol consumption piece of it because it's not on the property. As it relates to the parking, I don't know that we can take into consideration, or we should take into consideration, if they're going to utilize the temple's parking, because that would be the responsibility of the temple to make sure to put up signs and tow away if people were using that parking inappropriately as it relates to the rezoning. I do have a couple of questions for our planning director, and one is the exit. I need to put it in plain language for me, if you don't mind, Courtney. The stub that Councilmember Schlink was talking, or not, the egress that Councilmember Schlink was talking about that would exit, it looks like right behind the temple there, that's just building out a stub. They're not going to be, we're not building, they wouldn't be required to build that throughway, but then if the temple were to go through some type of redesign, then they would have to join that stub, and then the two would become one, and there would be a pass-through. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, so it's not going to affect the parking spaces at all, because it's just a dead end, basically.
Correct. This project would not impact any off-site changes to the HSNC site.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure, because I didn't know if they were, for a minute I was thinking they would actually have to build into it that people would literally drive through the temple parking lot today or tomorrow when it was built. The other question I had was, the staff took into consideration, I'm assuming, a variety of things, traffic being one of them, but I'm going to just ask a question. Did you take into consideration traffic patterns before recommending approval for this project?
I may have Michelle actually chime in, or Elliot chime in a little more, since they were more involved and heavily in the review.
Okay.
Elliot, if you could put up the conditions. We did have a number of discussions with the applicant about traffic and about parking, which is really where conditions 2 and 3 came from. And staff's recommendation for approval is based on these conditions being part of the application. So condition 2 is saying that regardless of whether or not the normal trigger in the code for conducting a TIA is met, when this site develops, a newer updated TIA will be done, and they'll make any improvements or contribute a PIL for any improvements that TIA might call for. And then the second condition related to parking, and the applicant agreed that they would meet all required parking on site and not make use of any off-site parking alternatives in the code. So there were a number of conditions about both of those things, and that's what generated these conditions.
Okay, thank you. So the last thing I would just say then is going back to just looking at the visual map, if we could, there is, again, it would be an enclave, if anything, of residential property, and it looks like the proposed zoning, irrespective of what was going to go there, it seems the proposed rezoning would make more sense than what the current zoning would be, just based on what the surroundings are, because it literally is landlocked between commercial properties. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Member Johnson, do you have any other comments at this time, or any questions that would help us to vote on this on the 12th?
So I also had the question about the alcohol. So I appreciate any information that comes back on that. But I, too, would like to make clear that that is really out of our hands, too, as well. That is not something, as much as you all would like me, and I'll talk about myself, as much as you all would like me to take that into consideration, that is not something I can take into consideration. A business has the right to ask for an ABC license, and that does not come through the town of Morrisville. Now, what uses we allow here could lead to that or not, for sure. So that is, in that instance, it is kind of in our hands. And so the only thing I would say, the RT district, it is called residential transition, and it does allow for a great deal of residential development, but it too also offers some options for non-residential uses. And again, that was purposefully done because of the input not only from folks from the Hindu temple at the time, but folks in the area, residents that, and I don't remember specifically if the people that owned this property at the time, if they came forward or not. So, but there were residents in this area that also came forward and were very supportive of this RT district that allowed residential and some less intense commercial or other uses. So my question, though, I do have a question. There is a question in there. The applicant made a really good point. One of the uses that is allowed in the RT district is a club and a lodge. So I would ask, could we make sure that we're all Can you give us that information so that we're all clear on the descriptions of what a club is, what a lodge is, versus, and you don't have to tell us versus the other uses, we can figure that out for ourselves, but clearly versus a banquet use, that is kind of what we're talking about here.
Yes, we'll provide the definitions of those uses in your next update.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Garamella, did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, can you, Elliot, can you go back to that parking lot slide? Yeah, I believe the staff put this map together, or?
No, this was offered from the applicant.
Okay, so can a staff put something similar on the other side, like what we are trying to do for the public works to map how the road system is going to work?
So when the, so a
At least
sketch
like a rough idea, because I'm trying to put all these pieces together.
This is, so two things. One, there's a master plan being prepared for the Public Works Department. I can find out where they are in the process, but it would be out of line if I started drawing lines on a map saying these are where they could go, because I don't know.
Doesn't matter. What I'm trying to look is very simple. I don't even care about where the public works is coming, but like how is it? If you go back to that IM map, like I'm trying to go back. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is like a red line from where it is pulling, like the roadway network. How is it coming into this? Just like on a sketch pen. That's all it is. So that it kind of understands how the Cedar Fork is trying to get a connectivity into that line, how the public works is trying to get into that stuff, and how the circulating traffic is going to work. So
But
because that
I
is,
don't know at this point. I can tell you if the convenience center were to redevelop on its own, we would require cross-access. As the Cedar Fork redeveloped, we'd require cross-access. I mean, in some of the preliminary drafts of any sketches that that go back several years, they are all interconnected. You can't necessarily tell where the Public Works ends, convenience center picks up, and where you'll see kind of a road, wavering off the back of it clearly is going into a park.
but there's only one full access intersection. There's no.
I don't know that for a fact. So it's if
Because
you
DOT
look,
has the 1,200 feet. Like, are they giving like every right in, right out for every facility? That's where I'm trying to get.
We really won't know what the DOT will do on this road for another year or two until their designs are more finalized. Their standard for 4-lane median divided roadways is generally 1,200 feet, although as we've seen even for Morrisville Carpenter Road, they will vary that some, but that'll be part of their design, and so it would be premature for us to really say anything other than approximately 1,200 feet is their standard, but we don't really know until they get into some design.
So it's kind of very hard to imagine that the whole area. So for me, that's what it is, becoming harder, like how the movement would be. So
Unfortunately,
that's not a.
Unfortunately, that's all the information we have at this time.
Did you have anything else? Okay, I'm sort of appreciate everyone's input and their thoughts. I'm sort of thinking big picture, how we keep hearing from our residents that our infrastructure is lagging, that we should try to get in front of our challenges. So I'm going to be asking myself over the next couple of weeks, would this make traffic worse? Would it make things better? Is this the appropriate use? I understand Councilmember Wendell's points that it is kind of an enclave right there. It seems like it makes sense to make it all blue, perhaps. But then a higher policy discussion that we may want to have as part of the land use plan is, do we want to coordinate rezoning with site plans, as has been brought up, so we know exactly what we're approving, so we don't rezone a parcel for a particular use and then end up with something else. In an example like this, we might want to see if the applicant would submit a conditional rezoning limiting to exactly what they're asking for, rather than saying, we'll probably do this, but we won't do these other things. So that's sort of turning conditional rezonings upside down a little bit. But that way, we know what we're approving, and they're limited to that, and if they want to do something else, they would just have to come to us again. So those are just the things that I'm going to be thinking about over the next couple of weeks. Sounds like it's probably a good idea that we're keeping the public hearing open. Councilmember Wendell, do you have any other thoughts?
Yeah, I just have a couple of quick questions, if we could, just because it looks so odd when you see it on the map. Where that parcel is and the area between it, were either of the two blues, were they rezoned by request, or were those zoned that way from the very beginning of time? Did any of the blue areas ask for rezoning to any council in the past, would be my first question. And then would we do the same thing on this, I don't know directions, I'm sorry, but the one little sliver that is between the major blue area across the street, would we not rezone that as well? And then I do agree with the mayor with regard to infrastructure, and we are constantly fighting this traffic battle. And if we're looking at a potential banquet hall that may serve even 500 people, do we also then possibly need to reconsider the downtown, where we're putting up 261 apartments and not doing significantly anything, and then potentially more after that? It's the same argument. I mean, that got rezoned for much more density when everybody's complaining about traffic, and we're going to be putting 200 to 600 apartments right down the street, and Church Street is not going to get any wider, and Town Hall is not probably going to get wider than the 4 lanes. I just want to make sure that we're using the same logic as we're making decisions in all areas of Morrisville, because if we apply that logic to this area, if I were the applicant, I'm sorry, the first thing I'd say is you're not going to do it here, and yet you're doing it right in Town Hall Drive with 3 times the number of cars that will potentially go through. So I just want to make sure that when we think strategy and we're thinking strategically, we do that across the board. But I would like to know if any got rezoned by a request.
So I'll speak on the opposite side of the road, and that little swath of green between the blue. That's actually the town of Cary. So I can tell you 100% definitively that we have never rezoned that parcel, because it's actually in the town of Cary. As for the other portion, when we did the entire town center rezoning, a lot of this area was actually identified as future residential. Some of it was identified as commercial, and there's significant discussions about that. The 2 pieces that are blue remained blue because they existed that way prior to rezoning a lot of that land in 2010. Bearcat was probably under construction when I started in the early 2000s, and the temple was already here. Both facilities, they just added an expansion. We can start doing some digging. I don't know if we'll get all that information together in the next packet, because it's probably more than something we can pull up in the next week, but we will do our best to find out when it was originally rezoned. But we can be going back several decades, potentially getting that information.
If I could just add real briefly, in Elliot's presentation, he mentioned that the new development map now has the rezonings on it as well. We do have an application in on a nearby property. So if you're trying to get kind of a bigger picture, you might want to go take a look at that.
And could the information about that nearby property rezoning be part of the next packet? Is that something you could provide for us?
An application under review, it's draft, but the concept plan is online.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember Wendell, for sharing the fact that we want to try to be consistent. I would also say that there's certain uses that we're directing towards certain areas like TODs or downtowns that might be a little different than what is not really a residential area. But as your point is well taken. I appreciate it. So we're planning on having a public hearing on the 12th. Did anyone else have any other comments on this one? Just want to make sure. Okay. Great. So public hearing on the 12th for this. We're planning on voting on the 12th. It'll be up to us to decide whether or not, depending on what we hear. Okay. So our next item is 8C. That's public hearing related to the FY 2019 annual operating budget. And I'll ask Jean Hooks, assistant to the town manager, budget manager, to provide any updates on this item. Council was originally briefed on this item on May 8th, held a work session on May 15th, and will hold another work session this evening.
Give everybody a minute.
Yeah, we'll give everyone a minute to clear the room if they're not interested in this one as much. Thank you very much for coming. We all appreciate your input.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Staff does not have an update at this time. We would ask that you open the public hearing and receive input on the recommended fiscal year 2019 budget and capital investment program. And following this evening, you will have a work session. That will be a great opportunity for you to continue discussion and provide staff with some direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I declare the public hearing open. We do not have anyone signed up. Is anyone here who wishes to speak who didn't get a chance to sign up? Okay. I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Unless you want to discuss keeping it open.
I think we want to keep it open about our budget. I'd like to keep it open until June 12th when we approving the budget.
Okay. Is there consensus on that?
Fine with closing it tonight too, but I will do it the will of the council.
I mean, I'm just...
There's no real downside of leaving it open.
Right. I mean, I'm flexible, but I just thought since...
Councilmember Rao, any thoughts?
No, I think we're fine keeping it open.
Okay. You guys okay just leaving it open?
Sure, that's fine.
Could I just make another comment, though? I would really caution, though, that we have advertised we're going to vote on it on the 12th. So even if we have comment, it's important that we vote on the 12th so staff has the time to close the books.
Okay, great. That being said, Jeannie did mention that we're having a work session on that a little bit later this evening. So unless someone has an urgent need to speak on that one right now, we'll just move on. Okay, it is a few minutes after 8. We will take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 8:15, please. Thank you. 8:15, I bring this meeting back to order. We're just going to quickly go through some upcoming events and volunteer opportunities and such. We're at today's town council meeting. On the 23rd, draft comprehensive transportation plan outreach will be over at the Triangle Rock Club. So we're trying to be where the people are so everyone gets a chance to input into the transportation plan. Coffee and Connections at the Morrisville Chamber, 7:30 a.m. on Thursday. Thursday is a busy day. There's also a cybersecurity seminar given by the Chamber of Commerce over there. Ribbon cutting on Saturday, Code Ninjas. And then Western Wakes Farmers Market is also on the 26th from 8 a.m. till 12 noon. Liz, did you want to mention anything about the Veterans Memorial?
I was going to mention that. Can we do it right
As we're in this part, and you can mention it again later if you want.
Well, the Morrisville Veterans Memorial Foundation is having an event this Saturday, May 26th from 10 a.m. to noon at the Indian Creek Trailhead, right behind us here on Town Hall Drive. Come and go as you please, but it's an event to kind of celebrate their application that was accepted. They are now a nonprofit. They've received their 501c3 status. So celebrate that and also begin their fundraising efforts. So come on out. I know they're going to have iced tea and lemonade and cookies. Everybody's welcome. It's open to the public. Indian Trailhead,
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Also on the 26th, a medicine drop event by the police department over at Camden Westwood Apartments from 11 a.m. till 2. May 28th, Memorial Day holiday. The town offices will be closed. We'll have another land use plan update outreach as part of the Morrisville Parks and Recreation Cultural Advisory Committee meeting, 6 p.m. over at the Parks and Rec building. On the 31st, coffee chats with WCPSS District 7 board member Kathy Hartenstein. Those are very good things to attend if you're interested in the schools and the progress being made. Western Wake Farmers Market on that Saturday. Town Council Budget Work Session on the 5th, 6:30. June 6th, Morrisville Chamber, UNC Rex Healthcare First Responders Thank You Lunch. Morrisville Environmental and Stormwater Committee meeting, 6:30 p.m. on the 6th. Transportation update, moving Morrisville forward at the Chamber, 11:30 a.m. on the 12th at Briar Creek Country Club. And June 12th, the Town Council meeting. And June 16th, our Spring Fest, which was postponed from last Saturday, will be held at Indian Creek Trailhead, or on Town Hall Drive, actually, from 4 p.m. till 9 p.m. All of these are also available at townofmorrisville.org 24/7 online. Next item on the agenda is council and manager comments. I'd like to start off with Dan Burke-Bickler, IT Director, and Nancy Emsley, Finance Director, to provide an update on the ERP project. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. We put together an update for the ERP presentation to kind of go over the current status and where we're at. As I talk through that, we have some goodies to offer up to you. So Nancy is going to offer up some of the ERP swag. This is some motivational stuff that we use internally to kind of de-stress staff as we work through this process. But,
Thank you.
A little bit of swag to take home to share with you guys.
The engine that you showed us?
That's right. That's the engine that could.
I remember this one.
So if you notice back here by the kitchen area, we're starting to put different vision boards out just so staff can share the success and where we're at with the project. So a lot of good things with the project. So far, we're in the green. No obstacles along the way. It's moving along quite nicely. So I commend staff for their work efforts on that. Again, we put together a quick PowerPoint slide for council. We'd be more than happy to go over it if there are any questions. But if you wish to postpone the presentation, we can just answer any questions you may have. So if you would like, we can go through the PowerPoint or answer any questions.
Looks like Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem is excited to say something here.
I'd be happy to see the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to speak towards each slide, but at least put it
Right.
up. We'll take a quick glance.
And don't worry, we'll ask questions.
All right. Let me see here. All right, Aaron, how do we? Okay, here we go. All right. So the current process, and this applies to both Intergov and Munis environments right now, we're still in the assess and define phase. So this is a lot of the meat and potatoes of the project now. So we're doing the knowledge transfer. We've been cross-training and trying to build different workflows for the last few months. Again, both projects are in this stage and also starting to get into the next stage of the project. So a lot of good things here. We're taking a look at current workflows, trying to discover any kind of potential efficiencies we can get with the new Tyler offering. There's been a lot of work involved with this and with staff so far. So this is still underway. And again, it applies to both Intergov and Munis.
We're also we're also with the Intergov project between the assess and define. We're also building and validating the information as well. The functional leads that have been working on configuring the system and have been doing a great job. The Intergov team is actually meeting this week, and we will be after this week. Actually, we'll be getting into the next phase, which will be validating the system and starting to do the data conversion that would be happening and starting to test and train. So we're really moving very nicely along the track, and we tried to keep the train going on, and it's been going very smoothly. We haven't had any cows in the road or cows on the patch. I mean, on the track, and so we're very pleased that we've been able to keep the train running for both the Munis train and for Intergov, and we call it the Munergov train. So that's currently underway and doing very well. If you would. So just to give you a little bit of what's happening with Munis, we've reviewed the cash management, the general ledger, requisitions and POs, budget, purchasing, capital assets, and accounts payable, and we've finished doing all of the form kits. This is where we're designing all of our invoices, our POs, our requisitions, all those types of forms have gone to Tyler now for creation, and hopefully we'll be getting a draft back from them soon. I'm really pleased to tell you that the chart of accounts, which was my baby, we passed the first validation test. I had over almost 1,500 line items that I had to map from the legacy system to the new system. It was a huge undertaking, and the errors that came back were very minor, and a little over 2 hours to fix the errors. So compared to the multiple hours it took to do the first pass. So very pleased that went very well, and we've been configuring. That's also been underway. We're also building the roles for our users and trying to do focus on the position and not on the person is the way that we're moving forward as far as that definition is concerned. And we've actually started putting actual data in the system We decided not to convert our accounts receivable information because it really wasn't a lot in the scheme of things. It's only about 200 accounts. And we thought rather than spend those dollars on conversion, it would give us the opportunity to learn the system. And so we're actually entering in that data. So it's kind of exciting to be working in the production environment. We've spent a lot of time so far. This was as of, I think, mid-May. We'd spent almost 190 hours on just the implementation consulting alone. We'll talk about Energov in a moment. I will say that the Energov team has had less hours, but they've had a lot more homework than the Munis team has had. But we'll be on par pretty soon.
So with respect to the Energov summary, again, Nancy alluded to the actual hours here. Energov is really a lot more homework driven at this point in trying to develop those internal processes and workflows. It's very important to get that established up front, as that's going to carry on through a lot of the Energov process. So they're still working on that, creating custom fields and development of that Energov product line. We actually did our first live copy of test data to prod data just on the back end, the database side of things, just to move that work forward a little bit, to really test that work that's being done, to see how efficient that's starting to go. Again, a work in progress. There's going to be several, versions and copies that happen throughout the course of the next couple months. The ArcGIS data, that's currently being worked on now. We're hosting this with a company called Rock Technologies. They're located out of South Carolina. They specialize in the Esri environment. So we went to a hosted model with them as well. So Rodney, he's not here this evening, but Rodney has been championing that effort, working with them and getting that data. So we're making progress there. Again, we have a total of 98 approximately consulting hours when this slide was put together about a week ago. It's a little higher now, but we're trying to keep track of the overall consulting times. It's hard for staff time because, again, Energov, there's a lot of homework involved with that and stuff, so there's a lot of hours that's not captured. But we couldn't be this far without staff putting in 110%, so we're very appreciative of all the work here and from the senior management team. To talk about some of the timeline, here's our Muner train, as Nancy would call it. Mm-hmm. So we're still...
the Munergov.
The Munergov, sorry, Munergov. So we're kind of making that pass. We're in between that assess and define stage and the build and validate stage. So we're in between stages right now, hoping to close it out here soon. The bulk of the project will be in the test and train once we get to that point. But we're still in the green, still making good progress. There's been no problems to date.
And we got our teams together to celebrate because we think it's important to celebrate our successes along the way. And it was really a great exchange between the teams, and it was a chance for them to let senior management know what had been happening as well. So it was a very productive meeting that we had last week, and walked away with a lot of energy from that folks are really engaged, and we really appreciate that because as Dan said, it's a daunting task to do this on top of your regular work as well. Both the Munis team and the Energov team have given countless hours of their time, and so we wanted to thank them for that and to celebrate that, and we'll continue to celebrate those successes as we move forward. One of the things that we'd also like to mention to you is that Chuck Brian is here this evening. He's the project manager, and he has been keeping the train on track for us. So he's been doing a great job serving as the conductor and making sure that we keep things moving and keep the resources that are necessary as well. He worked on a web portal for the project. So hopefully you'll have the opportunity to, it's on the employee portal, and check out the website. There's all kinds of really good information about the project. We'll try to put some pictures up there for you as well, but we want to keep you informed, and that we thought that would be a great way to keep staff informed is with that website. And we also wanted to energize people with the vision board. The train concept was something that came to me, when we were talking about this is, we had Munis, we had Energov, and we had payroll and HR, and I'm thinking, well, those are three different tracks, and then all of a sudden the light bulb went off, and so we find that this has been the glue to keep all three projects moving along together. So we hope that you enjoy the thought behind that, because we wanted to have something that was tangible that folks could.
And you can move the train along.
Right, exactly, and keep that train moving. So that was the intent.
So with that, and Nancy did beat me to the punch. So I was going to introduce Chuck Bryan. You all know Chuck. He's our project manager here. But with that said, we're open to any questions, comments, concerns that council may have for Nancy, myself, and/or Chuck.
So I have a couple.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem first. She got us going. Then you can go next.
You can't
Steve.
blame it on me. Just overall, I think this is great. I think that I do feel that there is a lot of balance and harmony right now, and you've got that momentum going. So good job. I mean, there's a lot of work ahead. I mean, it's a lot of work to do this kind of conversion. The one reference to the chart of accounts and doing the data mapping that you did, you talked about instead of doing the data migration, you were going to do data entry so you would be more familiar with the system. So do we have like a production system that you were going to be entering that into? I wasn't quite clear on the sequencing of, or
Could you say that again?
are you entering the chart of accounts?
No.
I mean, like, I wasn't really clear on what that exercise you were referring to.
This is preparing the data in order for it to be converted from HTE into Munis. And so what I had to do was a series of several Excel spreadsheets where I'm having to build the funds, build the departments, and be able to say, okay, if this is the cash account over in the legacy system, it needs to be the same cash account over in Munis. So it was looking at a one-to-one match, but I also had to build the data first in order for it to have a place to go to. So it was
so that this equals this, right?
I'm sorry?
So that this equals this.
Exactly.
That's true.
So when we bring over our year-end summaries and we bring over our budgets, that if we say our end budget was $30 million for 2018, it needs to be $30 million over here as well. So we're making sure that we're going to have that one-to-one matchup.
So we took full ownership of that process so that we are familiar with the route, all the routes of all of these transitions.
Right, but we will have help from an outside source to help us actually extract the data,
right,
and put it into the format that's necessary for it to go into Munis. But we had to basically prepare the data before we could even do that, and prepare Munis for that bridge to happen.
That's a very large,
yes.
task. Yes.
And the chart account really has to happen first because it builds everything. That's the skeleton, and then it builds everything for all the other modules. So it's critical to have that done and initially, and then make sure that it's done correctly as well. So as I said, I was very pleased to have very few and minor errors to boot. The Tyler folks were very complimentary. They said that was the best conversion for the first pass they'd ever seen. So it's like, woohoo.
Well, you should congratulate yourself. Well, thank you for that clarification, and great work.
Thank you.
Councilman Rowe?
No pun intended, but I want to talk about training. When we're rolling out the training on this, some ERP systems come with LMS systems that would prescribe the learning, assign the learning. Because, I mean, is this going to be mandatory training, department by department? Is it going to be assigned, and then a manager would say, you have to take this? How's that rollout going to work?
That's going to be a little bit further down the road. Probably for Munis, it will be sooner because our go-live date is November 1st. The go-live date for Energov is March 1st of 19. But training absolutely has to happen. And we have the functional leaders will become subject matter experts for both the Energov and the Munis teams. And so they will help with the training. So we basically will have folks here that will become train the trainer is kind of the motif that we're going to use, where we'll have folks here that will be able to train other staff. But we do want that to be mandatory, and we're very hopeful that the town manager will back us up on that.
Is it a combination of instructor-led and self-paced, web-based learning? Or?
It can be. We will have, we have implementation consultants that are here, and they'll be leading the training. But we also have, through Tyler, it's something that's called Knowledge Base, and it has tutorials with it so that staff can, on their own time, go and find out a little bit more about
like a simulation,
a different module, and you can actually take like little tests with them, and so it's a nice way to do that. And Tyler University is another is the one that will give our staff the ability to go in and say, if I want to see how do I process a PO, then you can go on that and it's a tutorial that will walk you through that. So we've got different mechanisms in place. We'll have the Tyler University, the knowledge base. We'll actually have our folks on staff here with the implementation consultant will actually be training us. So we've got a mixed approach.
I'm sorry, I'm asking some questions I might have asked a few months ago, but I'm just trying to refresh my memory. So that's really helpful to know. The other question I have 2 more questions. The other thing is that when we, if someone is in Morrisville has a problem with the system or a question on the application and they call the call support, is that call support, they're calling our vendor, correct? Are they providing the support, or is that support being provided by not by our staff, right? It's by them.
Are you talking about like the citizen portal?
So like, let's say an employee is having issues with Munis and they have a question, like I'm having a problem with this or whatever. Do they provide customer support for our staff?
Oh, yes. And as a matter of fact, one of the things that we've been assured that because especially when we go live, that we will automatically go higher on the queue. That if we call in with any issue, they actually have a team that's assigned to us that will be there to answer our questions and put us high in the queue if we're having any issues with whatever module we're working with. So they understand the importance of having that support in place for us, especially when you're so new.
One question I think we should ask them as we continue in this partnership is one of the things that's happening in the industry is how artificial intelligence is being leveraged to increase the first-time resolution of calls. So things like virtual agents and chatbots can actually be used to, someone would call for those repetitive questions. And then if they can't answer those repetitive questions, it would go to a live agent. So and things like that, or that you're not on the phone for 10 minutes. After 5 minutes, you get an automatic callback. So those are things I think that we need to keep pushing as we get upgrades. We just want to make sure that as a customer, we're doing everything we can to push the partner, because I don't look at it as a vendor. I look at any relationship we have as a partnership. So just food for thought. I mean, that's.
And just to speak to that, that is part of our current support structure. So as we get upgrades within Tyler, they will have continued updates for education. We can go online, get the updates there, do the webinars for the updates there. So the training is very important to Tyler to make sure that us, the users of the system understand the pros and the cons, what we can do to gain efficiencies with that. And in addition to that, we have different local user groups that we can participate in to gain other workarounds and knowledge there. So training is very big. So
I think the knowledge base can be used for that, because you can go look at a knowledge base and it could be, how do I use that? How do I click a button? Almost like a mini simulation.
Exactly.
So I mean, that's really good to know.
Yeah. And that's a great idea. We'll definitely bring that forward to Tyler. So once we get through some of this, maybe that'll be something that we look further into.
The final question is, I saw some references there to GIS and ArcGIS. So, and this may be down the road. I think the first thing is we have to get the core business functions working, but we talked a lot in the retreat about data and all this stuff. So those modules would be available for us if we wanted to have open data portals and things like that down the road, correct? Would this system provide? What I'm seeing is a lot of local governments are moving away from the the more intensive softwares like Socrata and those kinds of things, and they're going more to GIS. So they're moving it back internally because it costs less money. So I'm really intrigued that we have modules that might be able to turn the lights on. Of course, it may cost money, but
There's definitely opportunities out there for the open data to explore there. So that's something that is in the back of our minds. So as we progress along in this project, June we'll start the Rock Technologies GIS data testing. So once we get through that process, we'll be able to answer more questions and report back to you at our next update on the different opportunities for open data.
all right, I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
Councilmember Garamella, I
Great
saw you
work.
nodding your head earlier. Was there any comments or questions that you had?
No, I do that in my daily job, so I think what you answered is pretty good, so I'm good.
Thank you.
Member Slink, anything?
Just a comment, thank you. I appreciate the update and keep up the great work.
Councilmember Wendell, did you have any questions for Councilmember Johnson?
No, thank you for the update, and the board you have on the wall there, the timeline was very obvious the minute you walked in the room back there. So
Thank you.
Good, but we wanted to surprise you with that today, so.
Thank you very much. Pass along our thanks to your teams.
We sure will.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And don't forget to check out the website.
Okay, thank you. Town Manager Page, you or staff have any additional comments at this time? No? Okay, are there any council members who wish to make any comments at this time? Mayor Pro Tem Scroggins-Johnson, would you like to start us off, please?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor. My comments are very specific this evening, and they're about the last work session that we had just last week, because we've been having a lot of budget discussions, and we had a presentation about our downtown concept design. And not everybody probably was aware of that workshop, so I wanted to restate my position at this time. And for the first time, we saw as a council the concept design that was offered by the preferred partner for the downtown development. And my initial thoughts were that we had a lot of development and not a lot of community space. And I'd like to explain that a little bit. So when I joined the council in 2013, I presented at our very first retreat that I wanted Morrisville to be a destination. And I had an entire presentation about Destination Morrisville, because I felt we have so much to be proud of, and we really want to bring everybody to the downtown to celebrate who we are. Destination Morrisville is what I was always looking forward to. Every time we were talking about the downtown, I aligned with that vision and so forth. So my question is, what is our destination? Who are we? What makes us special and unique? And with our current downtown being developed and proposed, are we losing sight of that destination? Are we making sure that we're still in alignment with that original vision? Like, where's our place to gather? How does that downtown proposal fit into our overall proposal? Does it still fit, or is there more adjustment that is needed in order to bring everybody to our downtown, our destination, our Morrisville? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Can we just keep going that way? Councilmember Garamella?
My comments are very simple. I think Friday, I just want to congratulate Sergeant David Audrey for his promotion. I was not able to attend, but I heard the event went very well. I had later on a different meeting at 4 o'clock. So, these are kind of things which are very important and which helps our police. And I hope we have more promotions like that, which helps everyone to do it. And on talking about one more thing is congratulations, Martha, on your leadership, North Carolina. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Councilmember Schlink?
Yeah, again, chime in there too. I appreciate you doing the extra effort and get that certification and leadership. Two things I noticed on the news and notes, which I liked. This POTUS 3, the Greenway Safety, I'm wondering if we could incorporate, and we probably are, but just as we progress down there, some safety issues along the bigger greenways. You know, I know in a lot of greenways you have call boxes with a light up direct line, just to give people some safety or the feel for it. Anything else we can do, lighting, some of it on there. And then when we talk about the net motion and the wake net, anything we can do that would help with the response times. And I think that can be incorporated in some of that in some of those apps. And that kind of dovetails back into the greenways too. More apps that the police can respond to, or our EMS workers, that'd be great. Thank you.
We'll work our way back this way. I'll just share mine. I had the opportunity to attend a joint meeting of the Wake County Commissioners and Board of Education members earlier today, and there was a number of local principals there too. As Chairwoman Holmes acknowledged at the beginning of the meeting, our school system's success is inherent to our county's success. So we thank you for their continued collaboration to work on behalf of all the residents. It kind of reminds me of how we're trying to work with the school board to meet the needs of our residents. So it's great that all the different governing bodies are working together. So we're going to try to keep that up. Councilmember Rao?
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments. I'll try to be as quick as I can. First of all, I want to thank Senator Chaudhary for introducing yesterday the net neutrality bill. It's a very interesting legislation, and I went to his town hall meeting, so I'll be sending some information about that. But I know there's a lot of people looking at the net neutrality, sort of helping the innovation and the local ecosystem with broadband and things like that, and content providers on the internet. I attended the Wake County budget 2 weeks ago, and what was very interesting was the $15 million they're adding to their budget to add at least 2,500 additional affordable housing units. So I really think it's something that we need to continue to look at of where Morrisville would play into that. I know Mayor Pro Tem has talked about affordable housing, but I think we need to have maybe a work session where we can define our policy. They also had $260 million approved for school construction, and I think it'd be nice for us to continue our efforts to get a piece of that money coming to Morrisville. I want to congratulate Officer Aldridge for his promotion. I want to thank the town for the employee 5K and for Blake Mills for getting second place. I actually said if I won it, and I said if anybody ran it again with me, I would see if we could give the departments $3,000 to $4,000 more, but nobody wanted to run with me again. The Hot Ovation kickoff was very successful, and I also attended in Wake County something called the Create Space, and so that's a very interesting place they have in downtown where you can actually showcase really good ideas. And so I think it's something that I'm going to be working with the Chief Information Officer, Bill Greaves, on getting more local governments aware of where they can present things that other cities can go look at so that we can learn. So that's something I'm going to work on. And then the final two things, I was at the board meeting for the commissioners on Monday. They presented the Nepal community with the proclamation, and the Nepalese community thanked Morrisville in front of a lot of people, so that was really nice. Welcomed about 100 people at the royal wedding watch party at Tralee, and I did get to meet the Queen, but it was just a mannequin, but someone actually really looked like me with the Queen, so that was pretty cool. And then the final thing is just for us to be aware as council members. I was at Panther Creek this morning for a career fair with the students, and they the high school kids are looking for opportunities to learn more, not only government, but in business. So if you know companies that are members of the chamber or companies that are looking to bring these high school students in so they can learn about careers and different skill sets, that would be great, you know. And these kids are so bright and so talented. I know we've seen that with our team, Morrisville 101. So that's all. It's just been pretty busy, and I'm sorry it took so long. Thank you.
Councilmember Wendell.
That was short compared to what I'm going to do, Steve, so well done. You know, I'm very excited, and especially seeing Blake here, that we were able to start moving forward with our new public works facility, at least taking steps forward. So I'm really excited about that, and I think that the Public Works Department is going to be able to do such amazing things for our town as we move forward. You know, we had another 2 school shootings, and I am personally just absolutely heartsick that as a military officer, and I know Councilmember Schlink in the military as well, knowing that more students have been killed than have been killed in the military in the last year is very scary. That you'd be safer in the military overseas than you are in schools in the United States. And I hope that, and I appreciate the Chief Andrews for her commitment to education and to keeping our community as safe as possible. It just, when I think of the nation and see so many pairs of shoes, if anybody saw the video with all of the shoes, the 20,000 pair of shoes in front of the Capitol of children who were killed by guns, it's just it's heartbreaking, and especially those that have been killed in schools. I appreciate the passion with which the community, and I'm going to read this, is involved in decisions that affect their lives. I'm disappointed that the state legislature, frankly, leaked news about the final negotiations with Apple Corporation to bring 10,000 jobs into our area, jobs that are average in excess of $100,000, which is phenomenal, I think, for our economy. But when I think of 10,000 high-paying jobs, I think of 10,000 families, and I think of 10,000 families that have 2.x number of children, and I think of 10,000 or 20,000 vehicles that it could potentially add to our area. And the fact that Apple is looking at 300 plus or minus acres in the RTP area. What disappoints me about that is that it was done right on the heels of our Teachers March, and we had 20,000 plus teachers and their supporters rallying for schools, and that announcement it was in the headlines of the news, and the next day this Apple announcement came, and it just completely squashed all attention to our teachers and the support for schools. So I hope that the community stays very cognizant of that and maintains the support for schools and for teachers. I would like to say that a charter school, in my opinion, is not and should not be seen as the savior of our town, but public schools, too, are not saviors of a community, but they are an integral part. Public schools are an integral part to our community and to a community that is cohesive, that is a destination place for families, and one that has long-term sustainability. I would implore my colleagues and the town staff to step up our efforts in light of the events that have happened recently to provide the Wake County School Board with every opportunity to secure land for middle and high schools in Morrisville, and that we don't let that dialogue die away. Given the impending action by Apple and other corporations, potentially like Amazon, we must be strategic in our thought and our decision-making. We cannot rely on past successes or point to failures of council past. We're here today, and we must find the courage to open our minds and see the future of Morrisville for what it can be and what is required today to ensure the sustainability of our town in years to come. Governing has to be fluid, and we must be flexible to the changes and the changing environment. And I'm sensitive to the fact that the members of the council, minus myself, were involved in the decision to build the demonstration project downtown. But no matter what words we put on it, it really is nothing more than an apartment complex with a private swimming pool and a parking garage that will add hundreds of cars on the road on Town Hall Drive, one that frankly dead ends in two directions. And one of our residents emailed us, and he eloquently stated, it's the nicest four-lane road in Morrisville that comes from nowhere and leads to nowhere. But we need to consider the environment today and what the current residents of Morrisville want, not what councils may have supported in the past. Final paragraph, I understand that the project, and this is the demonstration project, was supported and had a lot of public input in years past. And there was support, and I think that support was to create a destination point, to the point that Mayor Pro Tem Scroggins-Johnson said. I thought when I even voted to approve or disapprove the developer, I thought we were voting on a destination point. And when I saw the presentation and I saw that it truly was nothing more than an apartment complex, what we have now is wait for phase two, because phase two is going to be what brings us that destination point. And I don't know why we can't make a destination point first so that all of our community can enjoy it rather than just the residents of this apartment complex that's going to be 250 plus or minus units. But maybe we need to look at what are we doing today? And we've got this 10,000 potential jobs coming in. Is it that we want to create an apartment complex with the hopes that there's going to be something better down the road? I think we need to look very deeply within ourselves and need to listen to the residents we represent and not become prisoners of our own pride in decisions that we may have made in the past.
Thank you, Councilmember Wendell. Councilmember Johnson.
We had a transit open house here this afternoon from 4 to 6, and there were a couple of folks that came, but clearly there are more folks in the town of Morrisville that are interested in transit. So I just want to make sure that folks who are listening in, there's an online survey that you need to fill out. Already told me tonight that of all the input that's received so far, 2/3 of it is from a town that is not Morrisville. So we need to get on the ball and input our information. And to those that are interested, this is a little more detail now. We're getting into the detail about the bus service starting as early as 2019. So, and that will be, Go Carry will be helping us with that. So Go Triangle, Go Forward, they all want your input. And I know we have advertised the meeting today, but can we advertise the survey? And then am I right, the survey ends at the end of May? Folks need to go on to surveymonkey.com/r/Western Wake COA. But we'll have that information out on social media, and I encourage each one of you, as I will, to encourage our networks to get out there and get their input in there. And let's be the municipality that has 2/3 of the input. Oh, and one last thing, I also do want to congratulate town manager on her graduation from Leadership North Carolina. It is an intensive engagement program. Martha away from Morrisville during those 8 months, and she had a lot of homework to do, and I congratulate you on that.
Okay. We have congratulations from everybody, I think. A job well done. Next item on the agenda is Councilmember Rao. Another comment, sure.
Yeah, I just want to, first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Wendell for his comments, and I think that they're duly noted, and I want you to know that we're listening to you, and I want to make sure that we're collaborating, not just cooperating. And I think collaboration means how do we all listen to each other to get to the common goals. So I believe that we're all on the same page that we want to address these growth challenges. We want more schools. We're making a lot of investments in our roads and infrastructure. But the town center, in my opinion, and one of the things I'm going to ask the staff for is I'd like to know how much money we spent in this process to get to where we are and the economic impact of a town center. So I understand, I'm like you, I don't want just residential, but to have the residential and the office could trigger other vendors and people to come in, like restaurants and breweries and incubators, and that could bring in lots of investment. So I think that we need to be fair to the citizens, that we make sure that we tell the full story of how far we've come, and maybe there's a way we can take your feedback and say, okay, circumstances have changed. I don't think the answer is just abandoning all these years of effort that have gone into the town center, but maybe there's a meeting of the minds of how we can go back to the developer as a partner and say, you know, these are the things that we can do. But I don't want to walk away from what could be the first part of a $100, $200 million investment into the town. I mean, future revenue, future money is incremental in how we address many of these growth challenges, because we have limited budgets. We're only one town of 30,000 people, and it's not just our problem to address Apple coming in. It's Cary's problem. It's all of Wake County, the Wake County Commissioners, the school board. And I don't think only the council has to step up. I think the entire government of North Carolina has to step up to be able to make sure that we're prepared to deal with this growth, because we're not ready. But I just want to go on the record to say that I'm listening to Jerry Wendell, but I want to make sure that we work together as a team, because if we don't listen to each other, you know, and citizens are out there thinking that we looked at a town center plan just to build a bunch of apartments, I just don't want people to think that. I mean, we made the countless hours of work and staff time to make sure that we could have a town center plan that enabled us to get the investment that we need. And we spent over 10 to 12 years of this. Do we need to evolve that plan? Yeah, maybe we do. But I just wanted to go on the record to make comments, you know.
So just because he addressed me,
well, I mean,
no, but I agree. No, I totally agree. I just want to say though that because it was, me, my words are not Jerry Wendell speaking. My words are the words of the constituency that asked me to bring words to not only the council but to the public. And I agree. I mean, there was a lot of work done. I was actually excited. I really have been excited for that project if we were going to do it. When it came out, and the concern that the constituency had was it's an apartment complex, and if it came out this first phase that there was some type of a destination point that people from all areas of Morrisville want to go to, that would be a lot different. Now, and then promising that wait for phase 2 or wait for phase 3, there's a danger in that. And all I'm saying is that the members of my constituency that have approached me wanted to bring that to the attention of council to think about it, because we're building an apartment complex with 15,000 square feet of retail space, which in retail space terms is not a lot of retail space.
Okay.
Thank
you very much. I don't think we need to really belabor this very much. We've heard from emails from residents, so thank you for echoing those. So this is a discussion that's ongoing. We're in part of the demonstration project now. An MOU will be coming forward, and then a developer's agreement. So we are in the process. So we'll have plenty of time to discuss this going forward. Okay, Liz?
Councilmember Johnson wants to speak.
I was just going to say, these are all valid conversations to have,
Right.
but I'm saying this with all due respect. This is not the appropriate time. We had a workshop where that was where we should have had this discussion, and we clearly are going to, as we heard at the workshop, going to have follow-on discussions. And I don't disagree. The devil is in the details, and we need more detail. I think, Satish and Michael haven't had the opportunity to weigh in. I haven't had the opportunity to weigh in because, with all due respect, this is not the appropriate time. We need to do it when we have it as an agenda item so we can all have the opportunity to weigh in and we can collaborate.
I wasn't aware there was a parliamentary process where council member comments couldn't be general. I didn't realize if there's a format that I'm supposed to use, if someone would share that with me.
We're just learning how to communicate well with each other.
I would appreciate that.
I think we're all good. So the next item is item 11, presentations. We have 2 new employees to be introduced this evening. I'll ask Steve Dickinson, Parks and Grounds Superintendent, to the podium for introductions. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce our Parks and Grounds techs this evening. We have Dawn Merritt, which is, she comes to us just outside of Philly, and she has a Parks and Rec management degree from UNC Wilmington. So she's originally from this area. She moved out to Philly and out to Pennsylvania, was a recreation director for Downingtown, Pennsylvania for about 5 years. And then she moved over to New Jersey and did her own landscaping business for about 20 years. Now she's moving back home with us to be closer to family and be one of our Parks and Grounds, techs as well. So we also have Avery Pitts. He's from Cary, local area. He recent graduate of Appalachian State with a recreation degree, and he comes to us from Raleigh Parks and Recreation, where he worked at Poland Park. So he's our latest staff member.
Excellent, welcome, and we'd love to give the opportunity for you guys to just say hello to us if you like, personally.
Sat here for 2.5 hours. We appreciate that.
Yes, you can take as much time as you want.
Yeah, again, like you said, my name is Avery Pitts. Just glad to be here, glad to meet all of you guys. Hopefully I'll get to see you guys a lot more in the future, and yeah, hopefully you'll see me around.
Okay, excellent. And Ms. Merritt, Seahawk.
I'm just excited to be here, and I appreciate
the town of Morrisville trusting me and bringing me back home, because this is right where I want to be. So I'm excited for the future. Whenever I left here, Morrisville was a little blip on the map. If you were in Morrisville, you were nowhere. Whenever I left about 30 years ago. So the growth is tremendous, and I'm excited to be a part of that. So thank you very much.
Welcome back to the region. Thank you both for coming.
Thank you.
Next item is the quarterly transportation report. I'll ask Ben Howell, Long Range Transportation Manager, to present the quarterly transportation report. And if anyone has some brief questions for follow-up. Okay.
Good evening. So this is the May edition of our quarterly transportation report. As usual, just once again, remind you of the common ways the town secures transportation improvements through development grant funding, state projects funding, bonds, town funding. Moving on into status updates, Town Center Walking Loop, the project is complete. I think last I heard we're waiting on a couple of closeout documentation, some closeout documentation from NCDOT, but the project is complete. And interpretive signage and 2 benches have been installed on the walking loop. Staff is currently working on preparation of installing QR codes on the signs and printing brochures for the walking loop as well. So, but everything is open to the public and is ready. Moving on to town projects, McCrimmon Parkway Extension. As a reminder, it's funded by a town roadway bond, NCDOT Rail Safety Funds, and NCDOT STIP funds. Phase 1 is currently under construction from NC54 to Airport Boulevard, and Phase 2 is now getting under construction. DOT did award the construction contract to Barnhill Construction. I believe Phase 2 construction has started by now, and it's estimated to be complete in late 2019, early 2020. And as a reminder, Kent and Vinode, I believe, are managing that project. Morrisville Carpenter Road widening, again, funded with town funds, NCDOT resurfacing funds, and Campo LAP funds. Staff has held several outreach events for the project, including directly to some HOAs. We met with HOA presidents about a month and a half ago, and we've also gone out to Cedar Fork Community Center a couple times, and we'll be at Coffee and Connections this week at the Chamber as well. Engineering design is still underway on this project, with right-of-way acquisition also underway. We are still planning to begin construction later this fall and have construction complete by late 2019 or early 2020. And again, Kent and Vinode are managing that project. For state projects, again, not a whole lot of updates since the last presentation, but just wanted to remind you, Aviation Parkway Interchange at I-40, construction started this spring. Airport Boulevard Interchange at I-40, engineering design is still underway. 54 widening, project development is underway. There will most likely be another public meeting on that, probably later this year, to present some information to the public on that one. Lewis Stevens Road engineering design is underway. Right-of-way acquisition is scheduled to begin this fall, and staff has been working with Town of Cary and RTP to look at a potential cost share for side path betterment on Lewis Stevens Road as part of the project. And an Aviation Parkway widening, that project development is also underway, and we would expect to have a public meeting on that probably later this year as well. Wake County Transit Plan status report. The draft 2019 work plan is expected to be adopted in June by both Campo and Go Triangle boards. Once again, as a reminder, the draft work plan includes a new Go Cary bus route on Weston Parkway with planned stops in or around Park West Village, so Morrisville will get a little bit more local bus service through that. The spring public engagement period technically ended Sunday, but we did have a workshop here tonight since Springfest was postponed on Saturday. So we did have a workshop tonight with more of the overall Wake Transit information available. New website, so they've gone through a little bit of a rebranding, trying to bring the regional transit plans into more of a umbrella brand. So The new website is now goforwardnc.org. If you want to go directly to the Wake Transit Plan, it's goforwardnc.org/wake, and that'll all the information from the old Wake Transit website has been moved over to there. But also on goforwardnc.org, you can learn more about the Durham and Orange County transit plans, as well as some of the just regional cooperation that's been happening on transit. As Councilmember Johnson mentioned, we are also in the process working with Town of Cary on the Western Wake Comprehensive Operational Analysis, which is a project that's managed by the Town of Cary under the Wake Transit umbrella. It will provide an analysis of current and future Go Cary transit service. Apex and Morrisville were asked if we would like to be included in the operational analysis. Of course, we said yes, because we want more transit. And so as part of that, they'll look at our towns as well for future Go Cary service as part of that. They'll look at some specific details and needs of fixed route bus and demand response services, not only in Cary, but also Apex and Morrisville, and will ultimately serve as a guide to best meet the specific needs for transit services in Western Wake County. The analysis will identify demographics and existing transit needs of the community, evaluate the current Go Cary services, gather input, which we did tonight from writers and the public regarding existing services and short-term future needs. There'll also be another opportunity for some input later this summer when the draft report comes out. And the analysis will also provide some recommendations and implementation plan to improve transit services and meet local community needs, and of course can be used to help inform future municipal and regional transit plans. This is the backside of the postcard that was created. In the lower right corner is a survey link that Councilmember Johnson mentioned, and that's specifically for the comprehensive operational analysis. There's also a survey. If you go to goforwardnc.org/wake, you can also look at the overall Wake Transit survey as well. So there's a couple opportunities to provide input, one in the overall Wake Transit and then one specifically for this analysis. I would encourage you to do both. Again, the surveys are expected to finish up by the end of this month. So you have a few more days to do it, but there's some good information as well in the surveys. And finally, provide a little bit of information, as I usually do, on a special topic. Tonight, I'm going to discuss the SPOT 5.0 process and give you an update on where we are on that. Just as quick background, SPOT 5.0 is NCDOT's Strategic Prioritization of Transportation Projects process. It's a quantitative analysis of candidate transportation projects for the State Transportation Improvement Program. Again, it has 3 tiers: statewide mobility, regional, and division. As a reminder, CAMPO is the party. CAMPO and DOT are the only 2 parties that can submit projects into SPOT. CAMPO did that back in August of last year. The quantitative scores were recently released for the statewide mobility and the regional tiers in April. And so right now, CAMPO and NCDOT are working to assign local priority points, and that will, for the regional projects, that will be required to be completed by July. The Morrisville projects that were submitted and were scored include NC 54 widening, 2 sections, one from Northwest Maynard to Wilson, and then from Weston Parkway to McCrimmon Parkway grade separation. There was also a couple grade separations put in, one at Aviation Parkway and one at Airport Boulevard and NC 54. Also, the BRT extension service from Morrisville to Clayton, which is a little bit beyond what's in the Wake Transit Plan, but just really CAMPO wanted to put that in, see how it would score, and make sure we had a couple of regional transit projects that could at least compete. There's also the Durham to Garner commuter rail, Morrisville R2P Cary transit corridor improvements, and then a second track in the NCRR corridor between Morrisville and Cary. So as far as our projects, the transit project scored very well, but of course the Durham Orange Light Rail project scored higher, and there's limited non-highway funding available. So based on some previous discussions, CAMPO and our partner MPO, Durham Chapel Hill Carborough MPO, had most of the region's transit money is going to be going towards the Durham Orange Light Rail. A, because it's very expensive, and B, because that is the two MPOs agreed that that's probably the highest priority for transit this round. The rail project did not score well, and unfortunately our roadway projects did not score well. Some of the reasons include project costs, NCDOT, and the NCDOT scoring methodology. NCDOT changed some of their scoring methodology between the last round spot and this round of spot. And Campo staff is working with NCDOT through those changes and trying to get a little bit more clarification on that. Specifically 54 widening from Weston Parkway to Perimeter Park Drive, because I know that is one of our highest priority projects and one that we continue to talk about. We have a lot of transportation funding coming to the town, but of course 54 continues to be the unfunded road project that we probably need most. So some of the reasons that it didn't really score well this time around, one is, again, the high project cost of around $74 million. Another reason is NCDOT changed the safety portion of the scoring methodology from the spot 4.0 to 5.0, and it really impacted most of the road widening projects in Campo, and it's not expected to be funded in this next round of STIP. It essentially is not competitive in quantitative score, so even if Campo and DOT both put as much local points on it as they could, it still would not get close to scoring well enough to be funded. So what do we do from here is, staff will continue to work with Campo towards spot 6.0, which may include breaking project into smaller segments, working with the town council to investigate whether any town funding may be provided towards project in the future, and of course continuing to work with NCDOT and Campo on other options and just trying to get the project so that it could score well enough to ultimately be funded. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. One thing I did want to mention is that I've talked with Campo staff, and the deputy director, Alex Rickard, or one of the deputy directors, Alex Rickard, who handles most of the spot stuff for Campo, has offered to come and provide a presentation if the council would like it. And so if there's consensus on the council, I can work with the manager and Campo to schedule a presentation from Alex in the future where he can explain this spot process a little bit better than I can, and also give you some ideas about continuing to try and move that 54 project forward.
If we could maybe get consensus from the council first thing to say, yes, we would like to hear from that gentleman to find the start of a plan to try to move that forward in some way. All options are open right now because we know that our residents really need that road to be improved. So I think you have consensus.
Yes.
That we would like that to happen as soon as possible so that we can do what we can. I think everyone will have a couple of questions on this item. If we could sort of try to keep them short and to the point. If you have questions that they can get back to us, that's great, because we all know that our residents want us to address these needs. Mayor Pro Tem Scroggins-Johnson.
Yes, thank you for this comprehensive overview. I think it was very helpful to see all the projects that we're doing. The McCrimmon extension, I know it'll be even more meaningful in the next quarterly update. I did want to probably be the first of 7 to express my disappointment about the scoring for the NC 54. It's kind of like the Morrisville Carpenter project of old, because at first when we submitted it as a whole, it did not get prioritized. We had to break it up into smaller and smaller pieces so that we could finally get it done. But NC 54 is such a large project that we need some additional support, so that presentation will be helpful. But I would like to reiterate that it's not just the residents that need this expanded roadway. It is all of our visitors that are employed in the Morrisville area. We have a significant population of people that come into our town for employment and leave our town for employment, and they cannot get access to their offices without this expansion. So how can a small town like Morrisville possibly fund $74 million roadway when it's a state road and it's also traveled on by mostly non-residents of Morrisville on a regular basis? I don't need an answer. It's a rhetorical statement, but that is my frustration. Is like, I know that there's a objective scoring system, but it is not taking into consideration the situation that people from outside of a municipality are coming in and leaving on a regular basis like they do in Morrisville. So with that said, I did see a project down there I wasn't so happy about, and it's the aviation flyover. I thought the council was not really keen on that one because it would be 20 feet high and it would go over, the Pew House and stuff like that.
Right. So that one was submitted as a project, and it was submitted by Campo. So Campo is aware of the town council's feelings towards that project.
Right.
But they did still feel that they should submit it. So luckily this time around it didn't score well. It has some issues as well, and Campo is well aware that the town's preference at this time is not for grade separation. So we'll continue working with them on that. That's one of the areas that intersection is one of the areas that really needs to be addressed in order to help get that section of 54 funded. Is figuring out what that intersection needs to be.
Right, I don't disagree. It's a dangerous intersection that needs some sort of remediation, but the grade separation is where I have a little bit of a heartburn. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Garamella, any thoughts or comments, questions?
Yeah, couple of things, especially in a slide where you talked about Morrisville regional projects. Can you slide? Is that the slide or the next one?
The listing of the projects?
Yeah. No, the next one. The tier one. Courtney, if you remember, we went to that core meeting. There was a Campo project that talked about the signal I-40 from 273 to 289. They talked about the way they did the what do you call it, like the signaling, right? How they would start limiting.
It's the synchronization of the
signalization of it. So that's code. Yeah, that's code pretty good, and I heard like that's going to be done in the near future. Like
one of the projects, I'm not aware how it's scored yet, but one of the projects Campus submitted was actually what they called a managed freeways project, which covered large portion of I-40, large portion of I-540, the Beltline, and several, and I think those were the main ones, and then also maybe even 264 going out, and what it does is look at different. It looks as ramp meters as one part of that. There's several on their piece of that project, but they submitted that as one large regional project. I think it actually was scored on the statewide level.
Yeah.
So it may have actually been funded on statewide.
Exactly. So that's the reason like I was looking if we can start tracking that, because for us as a Morrisville regional tier project, because that would help us on a regional level, because from 273 to 289, it's pretty much our exits of Morrisville get covered into it in all means and form. So that was one. And the other thing for me, Benjamin, is you said Weston to Perimeter did not score well. How about Weston to Maynard? Did that score well, because the entire 54 is from Perimeter to Maynard, right?
Right. Well, and actually the Campo had changed the limits of the 54 projects to drop out the section between Weston Parkway and really Wilson Road, because with all the widening that had happened through development in there really doesn't need to be any more widening right now. So they changed the limits of the projects to focus on Wilson to Maynard, and then again Weston up through Morrisville.
So only till Wilson, that's where it is. Okay, perfect. So the other question I have is pretty much, I understand this project cost is 74 million. And then the hard thing that's going back of my mind is we keep on hearing this, that we got allocated $450 million to Morrisville over the next 10 years. That number has been thrown to us, right? Like in some form from NCDOT, like whichever way you want to put it, like state funding. And so how does it all tie together here? Because I'm like, when we go to the citizens and say, I'm sorry, this didn't score well, and it is 74, and I myself, I'm trying to understand, but by the way, we have $450 million that were allocated. So if not an question, like answer for me, like, or everyone is, how does that all get allocated? That's where I'm having a hard time understanding myself, the allocations of how this 54 was, how much money was set aside for 54 to be the right appropriate funding, how much is for Macroman and those splits, if you can give it at a later time.
Okay.
That's all for me. Thank you. And the Spot 6, when is the time frame for that?
Spot 6.0 will start in about 2 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Schlink?
Yeah, thank you for the briefing. I'd be interested in, it doesn't have to be now, but in the next one or when the Campo gentleman comes, how Kerry's project scored 54 going back, because 54 goes all the way back to 40.
The other sections were not in the spot data.
Nothing around Harrison?
Not that I'm aware of.
If you double check, because I know they're going through a lot down there. And I know this was brought up before, and it will be brought up again, but I think the high price of 54 widening was because they were making it 6 lanes and we wanted 4.
No, it was in the spot database for 4 lanes.
4? So we didn't have to buy any apartment complexes and move them?
There was the project cost was really they used the NC 54 and more feasibility study as one of the major, as the primary way they tried to develop the cost. And so that study, if you recall, recommended actually moving 54 out of the railroad corridor. So that is a big reason of why that project cost is so high.
And you said the right-of-way. It was buying the right-of-way, and you had to move.
Cost, and then
you had to move an apartment building.
Trying to figure out how to deal with the Aviation Parkway intersection.
So there's no way to get it in the roadway, and again, we'll have further discussions, but inside where Kerry's portion of the new apartment complex, that seems like that'd be a perfect width all the way through Morrisville.
And that's what they were looking at, really, was the 4 lanes. It's just the bigger problem is the requirement that DOT's been working under that it has to be moved out of the railroad right-of-way.
I would agree with my colleagues about the grade separation at Morrisville Carpenter. I'd like to be abreast of any updates on that, how they look at it. And then a couple quick points about outside the spot would be for the next update, McCrimmon's extension, could you brief any cost overruns that you were anticipating, or is that separate?
I would have to rely on Kent and
yeah, for like phase 1. By next quarter, we'll know that. And then the update, I think, and it was brought up before about Morrisville Carpenter, can there be night work done or weekends to help kind of alleviate the traffic headache that we're going to have?
That we've been, again, Kent's been primarily managing that project, but we've had some discussions initially with our designers. We're not quite to that point yet, but the initial discussions we've had is that generally speaking, night work, if you require night work, it's much more expensive.
Right, I understand. I'm just saying as an option.
Increases the bid price 20 to 25%.
Well, maybe talk with Kerry because they're going through it at High House and Kerry Parkway, but they even stop at peak times just take an hour off so that peak traffic can get through 4:30 to
That's
5.
the standard requirement, is that
Okay.
no lanes can be closed during peak hours.
And could we get, as part of your briefing, Crabtree, Hatcher Creek, Greenway updates?
I can try and provide that. Again,
Yeah.
that's a Parks and Rec project, so
Well,
I generally don't pay.
But it's like sidewalks to me. Nowadays, we consider it a greenway.
Yeah.
I mean, you internally, Martha, if you'd look at that, but I think it might be appropriate at this. And then is there, when we talk about NC 147 and the connection into, when will we find out when that connection will occur? I mean, will it occur at Town Hall Drive or will it occur at Davis? And just, is that a year out, 2 years out?
Probably closer to 2. NCDOT is just beginning the project development of that. One things I do know and that I can tell you is that they are studying multiple alignments for that, including the town's preferred alignment. And so they're actually getting ready to start running some of those traffic forecasts now. And they'll be doing those over the next few months, looking at the different alignments and the traffic impacts of those different alignments. But both Campo and the town have shown in our draft plan and in Campo's adopted MTP that the preferred alignment is to tie 147 out to Davis Drive.
Right, and if they would ever put that into writing, that would be great, to say that that's where it's going to go. I think that would alleviate a lot of fears in the community.
Yeah, and that'll be determined through project.
But you're saying 2 years?
It'll probably be over the next year to 2 years is when we'll have a better idea of what the final couple of options that they'll move forward into environmental analysis.
Thank you.
Councilman Rao?
Well, I want to thank you for a wonderful report, and just to follow up on Mayor Pro Tem Squaggin Johnson's remarks. I mean, I look forward to the presentation from the, just in terms of what our options are. But to me, in my opinion, it's absolutely inexcusable for the DOT of North Carolina to say that we're not going to invest in NC 54 in this part because of the high project cost. Our town has invested, when it's all said and done, I would say well over $50 million of our own money. When you count in McCrimmon Bypass, well, that's $14.3 million, but it's a $25 million project. You add Morrisville Carpenter Road on that. You add the Morrisville Carpenter Road Davis Drive improvements, and you mean to tell me that that's it? That they're going to come in and say, sorry, you didn't score right? No, I'm not going to sit here after being here, and we just heard Councilmember Wendell talk about Apple coming in with $10,000 to $20,000 jobs, and we're trying to recruit Amazon, and there are people out there in Morrisville that don't care that it's a state road or a town road. They don't know it's a state road, but they drive through it every day, whether they're in Morrisville or they're driving through. So I don't mean to vent, but I think that we've got to get extremely aggressive with getting out to the DOT. I know we're going through all the process, but there's a lot of people, companies that we're recruiting that are going to be using this road to get to Gary, to get to Cary, to get to RTP. And our only saving grace at this point is the McCrimmon bypass, and I don't even know how many cars that's going to take off 54.
20%.
So this absolutely ruined my evening tonight. After all of the work that we have done investing in the roads, the North Carolina Department of Transportation is saying that we cannot do this because of the high project cost. I don't care whether we have to call Governor Cooper, Jim Trogdon himself. This is unacceptable. And I'm not going to stand here as a member of the council and just say, well, and I'm not getting mad at you. I'm just saying that the burden is now falling on us, and we are running out of time. So as far as I'm concerned, they need to go out. They got to find the money. They got to give it to Morrisville. We'll, figure out a way to make it happen, whether it's 50 million, 30 million. Like Councilmember Garmello said, that number of 290 million coming in is good, but this is the crux of our transportation problem. So I'm just at a loss for words. I'm really angry right now, but let's figure out how I don't know what the solution is, but I think we as a council have to really think out of the box. We talked about a lobbyist in the past. This isn't a legislative issue, but I think there needs to be some very serious effort made to get a seat at the table, because if you invest $50 to $60 million in our own projects and we're not getting someone to agree to invest $74 million, then I see that as a one-sided relationship. I think we're being taken advantage of, and we need to fix this problem. I'm gonna try to fix it.
Okay. More emphasis on having Mr. Rickard here sooner rather than later, so we can get a plan, so we can take this energy
I'm going to
and
invite
move it
Jim.
forward.
I want Secretary Trogdon to come here at 8 in the morning or 5 in the evening for breakfast or dinner. And I want him to see this road as our head of DOT. And tell me that this is not, I want him to see it. And when he sees that, I'm sure he will go, God, I hope so.
He's looking to aggressively move projects forward, so this may be a good time for us to try to advocate. Councilmember Windle.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go for it.
So in the interest of time, I'll only take 25 minutes. Thank you, and thank you for hearing the frustration. You know, it's very interesting because as Councilmember Rao was talking, my mind is thinking this to our traffic is likened to the school board to our schools. We need, and Morrisville seems to always be just on the outside of the one thing that could make things work so well. If it ends up that we absolutely have nothing that we can do about NC 54 at a $74 million price tag, to, you know, when we start talking about what do we do then to alleviate some of the traffic, and especially if we do wind up getting an Amazon or an Apple or any other major corporation that wants to be here, because RTP does have some really cool land over there to be able to build some of these larger organizations, that traffic will flow through Morrisville one way or the other. And you know, it begs the question, the $8 million price tag for a McCrimmon Parkway extension looks very, very inexpensive now to relieve some traffic flow. That would be, you know, a shame if that was the only solution to the NC 54 thing. But I think it also, if we don't have, at the end of the day, there's nothing else we can do, we need to figure out what can we do to eliminate or alleviate a little bit of the traffic. And maybe we do have to really, really hard start thinking about a public transportation system that we can get in place sooner than later. And this goes to that whole argument, in my opinion, about sustainability. And yeah, I mean, it's incredibly frustrating when you think that what the bottleneck could potentially happen over there. But we'll see what happens in the long run. But in the short term, I think we need to think really, really, really hard about public transportation, even harder than we've been thinking it, and maybe look at fast tracking something to that end.
And the only other thought I'll add is that, you know, maybe we can get creative of legislation when they go into session, either the next long session. Is there legislation we can offer that would, you know, take a look at if a town has invested X amount of dollars, can we get not reimbursed or some way that this would be factored in to reduce that project cost? I just don't know whether we could talk to our delegation or, you know, or somebody and just say, look, you know.
I think staff's aware that we're looking aggressively to craft some kind of plan or strategy to move forward. Councilmember Johnson.
Okay, so I'll put a plug in again for the transit survey to follow up on Jerry.
True.
Get your comments into the survey. But this is not enough. You've got to use it. I mean, first it's got to be there, but then we have to use it. But I agree, transit is it's not going to be the answer, but it has to be a piece of this puzzle. And everybody kind of already has talked about how disappointed. I'm disappointed as well. I will tell you though, the 54, if this project had been funded in 2020, I think we'd have a real hard time trying to figure out how to manage all these projects that are going on. So that it's not funded in 2020, but early in that decade, it should be funded. So I like this idea of trying to figure out a way to divide it up. And even as I was driving down the other day, the worst part is right here, this bottleneck here. And as Michael, going to Michael's comments, the original 54 Moore study, that was $250 million to widen all of 54. And the worst part is right here. So somehow maybe we need to take this little piece out of it, or have it as its own project and at least get, maybe from perimeter to green. From perimeter green should be an easy piece to widen, quite frankly. And then it's when it's beyond green, it gets really muddy in there. And not that I like that, because all you're doing is pushing the bottleneck down the road. I get that. But if we can, get some of it funded, all the better. So I think your task is to help us come up with all these unique ways to fund it, to break it up, to do whatever we need to do, at least for the 54 piece. And that's it. Everybody else has said everything. I'm not going to repeat. So
I would add, we do have to sort of look big picture. 54 right out here. That's where they're thinking about having an aviation overpass, which would take away the bottleneck, but we don't like. So it's about a matter of balance there. I was wondering about the Western Parkway bus service. Do we have a start time? Because I would be very excited to be able to tell residents that they can get on the bus and get to Cary Depot and then go to downtown, anything like that.
Generally speaking, the transit agencies around here do make changes to the routes or start new routes in August and around January. Since the project was just funded, and I know that one of the things they have to do is go out and put some infrastructure in, bus stops and sidewalks. I would expect that it would not start before January 2019, but I think that's what Cary's aiming for.
No, that's very good news. We just want to set appropriate expectations. I think Councilmember Garamella had one more quick question, and then
yes.
I think we're done with this.
I think let's make it very simple. Everyone loves resolutions, right? And I think this would be appropriate if we, as a council, not only make a resolution to ask DOT and go to the secretary and ask for, with all these things which are going on, sincerely request them to look into this with the growth which is coming on, because it's not our problem. It's a regional issue with all the jobs which is coming.
If we frame it as economic development, I think it might go. So I think staff will be working hard behind the scenes to try to figure out a good advocacy plan and a way forward for us. Councilmember Johnson had one more thing.
I promise. Ben, do you have can you put this report on our website so we can link to it and share it with folks? Make sure, is that easy enough?
We'll work on getting it uploaded.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for that item. The next item is also Mr. Howell. It's Sidewalk Construction Program Update. I just want to caution that we don't want to sort of get in the weeds about sidewalk prioritization or anything like this. This is just an update coming to us more informationally. This is not the time to really get down in the weeds on this subject, please.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome. So, talking about our sidewalk program development policy, it's been a couple of years, and I know we have at least one new council member since we really have adopted the policy and then promptly sort of put it aside so we could finish some other projects that were underway at the time. Good news is most of those projects are done. The one project that we're still underway on is NC 54 sidewalk. So it was a good time to bring the policy back, bring the program back, and just provide council an update with where staff is going from here now that we can get the program back on track, so to speak. So as a reminder, the council adopted the sidewalk program development policy in July 2015, and that policy included a process for developing a sidewalk construction program and a specific set of criteria for grading the sidewalk segments. As you can see on the slide there, it includes detailed process. The program's expected to be updated every 2 years, and it also includes evaluation worksheets that were used for each of the sidewalk projects. The policy includes following process for grading sidewalk segment gaps and developing a yearly or bi-yearly sidewalk construction program. So the sidewalk segment gaps are scored, and that list is published and presented to council every 2 years. The staff committee made up of planning, engineering, and public works staffs reviews the list and scores and develops construction program based on those scores, funding availability, and sources of funding. And then we present that program to council each year following the adoption of the budget. And then we also may use that list to develop the budget request as well. Evaluation criteria includes pedestrian generators, constructability factors, connectivity to existing network, safety factors, and citizen or advisory board support of sidewalk segment. And just to provide you an idea of what the sample, of what the evaluation worksheet looks like, and then there's a completed sample to your right. Reminder of the map showing our existing sidewalk network as of 2016, and then the sidewalk gaps that were present based on that existing network. So status. As I mentioned, the policy was adopted back in 2015, and staff presented an initial program of projects in early 2016. Following that, a little later in 2016, council decided to place the program on hold because we had 4 sidewalk projects underway at the time, and there was some concern about the price of those projects, especially when they were bid out for construction, that those construction bids would come in over budget. And the decision was to put the sidewalk construction program on hold and use the budgeted sidewalk construction funds for that program to cover any overages from the bids. So again, a reminder of the status of the projects. Cary Parkway sidewalk is complete. Church Street CDBG sidewalk was complete. That was one where we had to use some extra funds for. Town Center walking loop was complete. Again, we used a little bit of extra funds for that one as well. And then C54 sidewalk is in NCDOT review now, but we believe we can complete that project within the budgeted funds. The Church Street CDBG sidewalk and Town Center walking loop, as I mentioned, both required additional funds due to construction bids coming in over engineer estimates. So the 2016 recommended program looked like this. We recommended the top 6 projects back in September 2016. Airport Boulevard, McCrimmon Parkway, the other side of Airport Boulevard, NC54, Church Street, and Paramount Parkway. Removing projects that are funded either as projects themselves or under DOT projects, we have one of those top 6 projects that currently is not funded, and that's Paramount Parkway project. And again, that one is also important because it would serve a transit stop in Perimeter Park that currently has no sidewalk connection. So moving forward to the recommended program for the next 2 years, we're recommending an initial program of 5 sidewalk projects that equal about 2,500 to 3,000 linear feet. One big note on these is that all of them need engineering design and permitting, and we need to get that done so we can get better cost estimates, and also find out whether we may need to require additional right-of-way or easements for those sidewalks. We expect that we can construct up to about 2,000 linear feet of sidewalk per fiscal year. So considering the fact we're having to start a little bit behind by engineering design for all of these, that's why we're saying it's about a 2-year program. And you can see the 5 sidewalk segments there. Paramount Parkway, the one I mentioned, that provides access to a transit stop in Perimeter Park. NC54 between Linda Drive and Wilson Road, which will close a gap that exists between all the new Wilson Road developments and Cary Parkway. It would close that gap on 54. Slater Road sidewalk between Carrington Mill Boulevard and Copley Parkway. A small segment of sidewalk on Cary Parkway between Rainbrook Drive and town limits. And then on Copley Road between Slater Road and Factory Shops Road. So the next steps would be to begin engineering design of the sidewalk projects using the budgeted funds. We are trying as hard as we can to get some of those underway before the end of this fiscal year, but there are additional sidewalk construction funds that are recommended in the next fiscal year budget. So if the council adopts that, we will certainly use those funds as well. Right now, the engineering department would manage the projects, and we expect the engineering design, permitting, and preparation of bid documents to last through the end of 2018. And our goal would be to begin construction on at least one project by early 2019, if not two, with, again, probably being able to construct 1 to 2 projects a year. And we're comfortable that we could, under this method, we could construct all projects by 2021, provide council another update in 2020 for the next group of sidewalk projects. And with that, I'll take any discussion or questions.
Want to go first with any questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't want to belabor anything, but this is great. Congratulations on getting all of those projects completed. That's fantastic. How do we want to go forward with approving this next set of sidewalk projects? Is that a briefing that you're going to bring to us in the future?
For the next set listed here,
right, or is that covered under our policy?
That would be covered under our policy. Our goal was that we would present this information to you and move forward on these 5 sidewalks that we listed.
Excellent. So we're moving forward and we don't have to delay.
As long as we approve the budget allocation that we're looking at, then this goes forward as shown. Okay. Any other questions down at this end?
Good. We need to get back on track.
Yeah.
I have
Councilmember Garamella?
Benjamin, with my memory, refresh my memory, but I think we've been allocating almost $100,000 on sidewalk, right? Engineering or capital? Which one? I'm not able to recollect it.
I'll let town manager answer that.
It's actually just undesignated allocations, and with last year's budget, we protected all of the allocations that you've made by putting them into a reserve account. So all of the money will be able to show you a reconciled balance as of June 30, knowing the one project has mentioned should be underway. We're expecting that to be within the budget we have. So you would have all of the additional monies that is in that reserve account to start your design projects. And then we continue to add $100,000, and then you could continue to discuss that as a part of your CIP as well.
So the question was more of, I'm trying to refresh my memory. Was it design or was it like construction? Because the line item, I'm not able to recollect that.
It is not allocated except for sidewalks.
Just 100,000.
Sidewalks and pedestrian enhancements, actually.
That's what it is. Okay, I got it. And okay, and are they? But we did not prioritize since 2015, right? That was the last list that we got. That's what Vicky is talking about. Did you get more requests after that in the last 3 years now, pretty much?
No. We have when we brought to you after the policy was adopted in 2016, we had gone and done a full inventory as best we could of the missing sidewalk segments in town, again focusing on the larger, for the most part, state roads, but there are some town roads in there, but focusing on the areas that really need the sidewalks. And so it's a pretty comprehensive list, but again, over the next couple of years, if we can get this set moving forward, we would look on updating the program more comprehensively for 2020. We just were trying to get something going again for this round to show that we're trying to get moving with the funds that have already been.
I totally get it, but the question was more intended towards because several new subdivisions might have come from then, and there might be a lot of other orphan sidewalks which might have come up as a matter of those connections. Could be from commercial development who might have just as part of our UDO said you got to do your frontage sidewalk, and the property next to it might not been developed yet, or might be our old one. So we have those interconnects which are missing. So at least if we have recognized them as part of the critical pieces, which is kind of ongoing, that changes over a period of time.
Yeah, and we did. I mean, I will say, I misspoke. We did double check before I brought this presentation to you, I did double check and make sure that the segments that are listed are still missing, and that there haven't been any new segments
that's
out
all
there.
I meant to say.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're continuing, and we'll keep an eye on it. And like I said, the goal would be for the next program update, it would be a more holistic and detailed update for you.
Okay, thank you.
Is the limiting factor staff capacity or dollars, if we wanted to try to get another one or two in that time frame before 2021, if the council was looking to do a little bit more, because sidewalks are so important to our residents?
It's probably a combination of both. Really, at this point, we do have limited staff capacity. We have been working on, we've been working with the engineering department on trying to figure out how best to move these forward through engineering design. Certainly we could try and move more forward, but I don't know that we could be successful in that.
Okay. Just curious. Thank you very much. That's a really useful report. Thank you, Council, for supporting this, or potentially as we go through the budget process. Speaking of which, that was the last item before our work session, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess now, reconvene at 10:05 down on the floor to go over budget and CIP work session. Thank you.
Just attack me.
10:05, we're coming back into session. I'm going to turn this over to Town Manager Page to take us through the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I recognize the hour. I sort of want to give you a framework of what Jeannie and I thought we felt you might want to cover, might need to cover, and how we thought we could help facilitate proceeding through that, where we think the time spent is. That relates to really this session. And then I think last time we were here, we talked about potentially not having that June 5th meeting, and we talked about how, if, when that could occur. If you let us get through operational stuff, I think candidly we think more of your discussion is still related to CIP. But let me tell you what Jeannie and I thought would be helpful to facilitate tonight's discussion. Is we provided you at the end of the last meeting some supplemental information, and I thought that I would really quickly go through that, not page by page, but just hit the things that I really want to call to your attention and make sure you don't have questions about any of that. I don't think that'll take a long time. I'd like to then pass it to Jeannie. We also last week captured all of your individual questions, and we've prepared an FAQ document to address all of those. And she will do the same thing, with your permission, is not go over all of them, but it's also a document that we can provide to you to read. Point of reference, I think the first time we did the FAQ document, we ended up with like 60 or 70 pages of Q&A, and what are we, 12? Okay, that's good. So we have that to offer to you. Really CIP, and I think my sense is the funding year was not the bigger question, it was the planning years that we're still working through. We've prepared a draft resolution for how you could adopt a CIP plan that really clearly outlines what you're doing, which is funding 1 year. And you're talking about a plan, but it's not cast in stone. It's not a commitment. You still maintain control. We want to make sure you would be comfortable with that kind of document. And then really, that's the one we really want to get some guidance with how you want to continue that discussion. Candidly, it may just be too late tonight to do that effectively, but that's going to have to be your call. It does not affect your funding for your operating budget as you would consider approving that. Then my mistake completely, when we handed you the project tracking list, I had worked very hard on a Gantt chart update for you and then did not give it out along with the handouts. We just have that. It's just a visual presentation of all the projects going on that we have. So I don't think any of that will take a really, really long time. I will tell you that I've had 5 of my 7 one-on-one meetings with council members. The other 2 are scheduled for this week. I feel like they've been good. I hope I've answered some individual questions, but can honestly tell you I'm not sensing any critical or core fundamental issues by anyone. And Many of them are the same questions you asked that we're giving you all the access of information to. I can tell you there's nothing that's come out of a woodwork that one of you hasn't offered and we don't have an answer to share with you. So those meetings have been valuable. Is that okay to proceed that way? Okay. Then if everybody would pull out their supplemental information. Not going to talk about a reval. That's more just for our future planning of our tax rate, the value of our property as we talk about ways that we might want to do that. We've also given you some information about our other major revenue resources. Don't really change over year to year. And the significant change that we have made is really in the vehicle tax. We have a substantial amount of information in the supplement that Jeannie's going to go over with you on that one. For the personnel items, I've provided a little bit of additional information in this about all of the personnel requests in the base operating budget. We have included some additional information in the supplement. I will acknowledge that I regretfully left out the IT person in the supplement, but have added that into the FAQ that you're going to see to explain those needs. I am also happy to provide some supplemental information via email, but have not been asked any what I'll call deal breaker questions about any of the personal requests at this point. So one, I appreciate that support very much. As I've put in the FAQ document and try to illustrate, we really work hard to balance effectively using what we have with also asking for what we need when we need it. Fire staffing, I'm going to recommend just sort of passing over this. We are nearing completion of the location study, which we could include this information about your future staffing needs. I think that report will help explain future needs of the town and put some of these requests that Chief Jenkins has made for broader staffing strategies in better context. We have an assistant chief and a fire prevention fire marshal in the base budget, and I have not received any questions about those. I'll pause. Is there any other personnel-related questions that council has? I see none. One of the deliverables I'm responsible for providing to you is how we've used lap salary. You give me some authority in our budget ordinance amendments, so I just want to highlight for you less than the $50,000 increment that I'm responsible for reporting, and in both cases, both of these allocations were just repurposed staffing needs through contracted services. So I think we very efficiently managed our lap salary this year, especially with an ERP project. We also are responsible for providing you a copy of our paid parental leave report. The remarkable report about this is it's not remarkable. We had really little to no change in how that leave was used by our employees, who it was, how long they used it. It's just that the town paid for it and they did not use their vacation and sick leave. One of the items that came up when we waived our roundtable was Councilmember Schlink talked about potentially expanding those kinds of benefits to other groups. It's also something we talked about a year ago when we established the paid parental leave. So all we've really done here to provide for your additional consideration is just some summary information about the use of FMLA by our employee base and over several years, just so that you've got some comparisons. We don't have a lot of detailed information to share with you about why FMLA is used on purpose. So we've got the three categories, personally, for your family, or for the childbirth. And of course, now we're covering the childbirth. FMLA is really a job protection factor. It's not a pay factor. It protects your job. You have to use your use and vacation leave. One of the things that I failed to mention when this first came up is the town does also have a shared leave policy that if I needed leave and I was out, there's a mechanism where you can request other employees to offer you theirs. And so that's an additional protection for an employee that may not have enough accrued time to use. And then just some history of how the leave has been used for us over the last several years. And you can see here, this is very variable in how much time is used and in what kinds of claims. So that's offered really just to continue that discussion. We would have to establish it through a personnel policy, as with paid parental leave. And when Councilmember Schlenk brought this up, we did not budget for it because we have that lapse salary, that if you wanted to continue a discussion about expanded benefits, and we even talked about more than 6 weeks for paid parental leave, you could do that, and it really is separate from your budget discussion. And if you want to do that, and I do want to defer to Councilmember Schlenk, this was his request that I wanted to commit and see if he wanted to comment at this point.
No, I'll come back with what I was looking at later on, during the year.
Thank you, sir. Is that okay with everybody? We've mentioned that we will need some office space. If we add all of the staff that we have, I will tell you Todd is already working with Courtney because they are interviewing. That was the one we wanted to get people started right away. So they're making some temporary makeshift place for those employees. I have a broader vision, a broader plan. It's a good plan. I have not shared that except with 2 trusted confidants that are sitting to my left and right. And out of respect for my employees, I do not wish to do that in a public session. But we need space. Branding and wayfinding, this is just a reconciliation. You've seen this 3 or 4 years. Sort of wanted to give you the big picture snapshot of what we've done, what we're doing, and what we'll do, and when this project will be over. So a lot of it at this point is just hard cost replacement of signs and the implementation of the components that Stephanie has brought with you with wayfinding and gateway. So just a tally, because it's been multiple years of big appropriation numbers, that I thought it was important that you saw that. Council's asked me in the past for what we haven't recommended, so this is just the detail of that. There's some additional information also in the FAQ about what was not put forward and a little bit of reason about why. And that's the same with future budget considerations. Bond referendum requirements, I expect we'll be talking a whole bunch about this, especially as we get into capital. Shovel ready. Jeannie always provides you very nice pictures. We've also provided you a lot of words in the FAQ, so we're going to skip over that. It's getting them ready so that we can go when you say go, and we've got better estimates of what the costs are. Then we're back to our capital. We'll pause on just moving back past that. We wanted to show you a picture of the fund balance that we're projecting with the funds that we have appropriated in the base budget, and then, forecasting through where it would be at the end of fiscal year 19. So I think you can see we're effectively drawing some of that down, and you've reserved what you haven't spent, which is still in your discretion. We really, the true reconciliation of this comes after we can tell you what our actuals are at June 30th. So you'll be seeing the real numbers for fiscal year 18 around the September-October timeframe after our audit. And then just recognizing you have been putting money aside in some reserve accounts. You have this to talk about CIP and policy, various issues. Some is very specifically dedicated to roadways. Some is specifically dedicated to your CIP reserves. And then we also have our Parkland payment in lieu funds that are restricted for specific purposes, but a lot of your investment in your parks and recreation projects. And then we've talked earlier this morning about we do have that sidewalk money protected for use for what you've designated it for in the past. Any questions on any of those items that I can answer for you?
I do. Can we go to the FMLA slide, please? So I'm assuming that we follow federal guidelines for FMLA?
Sir.
So do we call those, it wasn't that one, it was maybe the next one? There we go. FMLA claims, I just want to make sure we're using the proper nomenclature so it doesn't sound like it's a workers' compensation claim versus someone calling off FMLA, because my understanding is if somebody calls off FMLA, it just is what it is. They have an X number of hours that they can use in a given calendar year. Is that correct?
You are actually correct. I have probably not used the correct nomenclature for this item. I am trying to depict those who have requested and received some kind of FMLA leave during these fiscal years.
And that was my next one, was the numbers on the top are just the number of employees. So in FY18, 18 total town employees had an approved FMLA, and they used anywhere from 0 to 240 hours or whatever that number is.
That is correct. The hours you see at the bottom is just a compiled total of hours taken.
And then the only other question I have is if somebody were to utilize all of the FMLA, and I know it becomes then non-paid after that, or a personal leave of absence or what have you, are we also utilizing ADA that can extend job protections beyond FMLA?
We also comply with all of the ADA guidelines. I don't know that that's actually occurred for us. I can't tell you that. But this is also where a shared leave policy would kick in if somebody still needed some additional time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Bond referendum packages, these are just examples, right? I mean, are we going to have a time to talk about other potential things if we have ideas?
That is absolutely correct. That is an illustrative example. And if we need to mark the slide that way for posting to the public, we're happy to do that. And we expect, yes, you will be talking about bond referendum a lot beginning in July.
One thing I never understood is how we calculate, I mean, I'm looking at the debt financing and stuff like that, but like when we did the McCrimmon project, how we calculated what that project cost would be and then what the tax increase would be, because we talked about 54 today and it's such a big number, 72 million, but I think we're at a point now that we may have to consider some transportation bonds in order to be able to get that, but they could be so out of cost that we wouldn't be able to afford it with cash reserves. So that's just something from, I'd like to learn about eventually.
Well, I'll certainly agree that cash reserves are not going to help you with an NC 54 project.
Yeah, it's just so
or anything of significant cost.
Yeah.
But the advocacy to spend some money to get things shovel ready or invest in getting some of those accurate cost estimates is a part of that conversation. Just a reminder at this point is you don't have to be well defined because you want to get bond approval for a category of projects. And this was actually a conversation Councilmember Schlink and I have had several times since I've been here. It's, what do you tell the citizens and what do they expect? And we just have to be careful and cognizant of that as we have those discussions and make sure that we're saying what we want to say. So we're going to do it better is what I'm going to tell you. Pass it to Jeannie. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm going to do first is I'm going to pass out the Q&A document, and I'm going to just go through some highlights and let you know what's in there. So it's at the top, Martha. So as Martha mentioned, we realize you're going to want some time to look over this information. So again, I'm going to keep it real high, just kind of touch on a few of them, not all of them, and let you know maybe some of what we tried to provide you answers to. I'm not going to explain all of the answers. Is everybody ready? All right, so one of the important questions that relates to funding and creating additional resources was raising the vehicle fee. So I provided you with additional information on this from the last time we received this particular response. And I broke out really how we are legally distributing the revenue, and I also gave you really what the law prescribes, and I've used resources, not just the general statute, the School of Government provides additional examples to help municipalities through. Another one just to touch on, I tried to provide you with clarification and definitions of really the difference between false alarm offenses and fire alarm reset offenses, even in comparison a little bit with police false alarms. Again, I'm touching on those definitions. There may be additional questions from that. Again, Martha actually talked about specific positions that were asked for by council where she's provided additional explanation. That was the community and outreach director and an IT system analyst. So additional information there to explain and justify and get an understanding of how it's going to fit into the structure. Another one was really defining our current practice in seeking and acquiring grant funding. So I tried to really lay out in a narrative our process and more importantly, the resources in which we use to be able to seek and acquire grants. I will say grants always come with strings, and you have to be very cognizant of that when you're looking through them and making sure that you're aware of all the terms and conditions that are associated with that. Another important one is talking about the timing, really, of when we get results for the Carry 911 study. There was some interest in anticipated cost and timing and the feasibility. So I tried to provide you an answer of when that information may come forward. There was interest in how does the budget and capital investment program aligned to the strategic plan. So we gave you a really high level, easy look at really how we would put these into those goal buckets at a very high level. Another one that was really important to discuss is clarifying the objectives behind what is a capital investment program. What are the purposes and what does it mean to have a 5-year plan? What's that first planning or funding year in comparison to what does it mean for those out years and the projects that fall in those years? So I tried to provide you with an explanation about that and give you just a touch on really how do we compare overall to other municipalities that we've spent a great deal of time studying over the years to advance our capital investment program. And I will say we're very similar at the core, but every municipality has different levels of complexity, so keep that in mind. The other one was providing explanation. There was an interest in explaining the justification and really what the results were going to be with the development study. So there were 3 of them in total with the stormwater comprehensive study, the affordable housing policy development, and the transit policy study. So we tried to explain those for you. We gave you additional rationale for the Pew House and the budget explanation explaining the intent and potential uses going forward and how we're proceeding with that. We answered, really defined what is that long-term vision and clarified or tried to clarify for you the purpose of those solar charging stations and tried to make the distinction there for you versus what that purpose is really data collection. And it provides a charging station and not a Wi-Fi. Provided and offered some clarification and explanation or description of actually what resources we have to bank funding, and that keyword here, banking funding, really equates to us using our reserves or setting up capital reserves. So that's what capital reserves are meant for, putting aside funding for future capital projects that are specified by council. Other one is clarifying, again, this really connects to the capital reserve question or banking of funding, is clarifying what shovel-ready designs are. So we tried to provide you with anticipated advantages and some other considerations that you need to think about to really have a balanced decision of how you utilize that tool. Capital reserves play a big part in this because you can use that cash to really advance projects and get them ready for construction, and it really equates to executing projects in a more timely fashion. We gave you a municipal comparison of Morrisville Council salaries. We gave you actually a couple of different ways to look at that. Jerry actually offered some additional information in identifying opportunities in existing park locations where it might be viable and feasible to provide some additional ADA type items. Readily available surfacing is very important. If you do not have the appropriate surface, you can really increase the cost. So I want you to pay attention to really the differences in the explanations there between those that he's identified versus if the surface isn't optimal, it could really cost a lot more money just to get one installed. So I want to make sure you are careful in looking at that. We provided really what that impact would be for if we pulled some of the one-time or all of the one-time items forward that were offered in the alternative scenarios forward, what that impact might be to fund balance. It's really minimal. If you look at the total cost, it's probably just over 1% if you were to look at it as compared to maybe an actual expenditure year budget. And then we provide additional explanation of what really is behind the demolition of 219. Did we evaluate other potential uses? What was it used for? Has it been cleared out? So that in a nutshell is at a high level is the things that I've offered you, and I hope that you find it informative and helpful in your decision making. Of course, I'm here if you have anything else. All right. I think, Mayor, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Okay, that was really good, but pretty quick. So I think we're going to need a little time to process that.
And Mayor, if I could interrupt, because one of the things I neglected to mention, and I'd like to pass out, is we did commit to bringing you the results of information received from the budget portal and through our public outreach meeting. So I would like Jeannie to cover that before she turns it back over to you.
So we're going to look at the budget portal information. So tonight, at the public hearing, we received no comments, and you have continued that public hearing. The budget portal comments was sort of another vehicle of receiving public information or comments to the budget. So I've worked it backwards from current day to really when we initiated this for this year. So we received, I believe it's 6 in the recent round 2 opening. 6 comments in total. In the drop-in sessions, I'll jump to that. That's in the middle chronologically. Going backwards, we only had 2 attendees across 4 meetings. And then, of course, we had those preliminary budget portal comments, which we call round 1, which is the information that I provided you at retreat. So you've actually seen this information, but I wanted you to have a comprehensive list at this particular time. So we had additional or quite a few more comments received initially than maybe we had in round 2. Okay.
Thank you, Jeannie. I went ahead and passed out all the other items we had for you. I'll switch to just the project tracking milestone, just a resubmittal plus the Gantt chart. Really what the Gantt chart illustrates is a rudimentary approach. Of course, one of the requests we've made this year is for some more fancy schmancy software to help visually demonstrate to you, to our citizens, to the community, some project management. We talked in Kannapolis about their visual, and we're looking at those types of products. So you'll see something better. This is really intended to illustrate is things are going on all the time, and things take longer in some places than other. So just all of it in the pipeline at the same time is really what this illustrates. This includes projects underway and those that we are requesting as a part of the fiscal year 19 budget. The last item I passed is that draft resolution that I mentioned to you. This would be a resolution that we could introduce as a supplement to your approval of the budget ordinance, which does, of course, reference your funding of some of those capital projects where there's a dollar amount associated in the budget. But if you look at this really does illustrate it's a plan that the first year is the funding year, and that the other 4 years are a plan that don't represent, I'll call it, binding commitments. You maintain that control. It should be reflective of what you want to plan for. I acknowledge that. And I think that's where we're still at with your discussion of is that the right mix of planning things you want to talk about. But just making it very clear and transparent that it's just a plan, and there's not a defined commitment of a specific dollar amount, a specific year, that you look at that. And what Jeannie and I have determined is we will need to define a process to help really start looking at that sort of upfront and first, so that you have the time to discuss and evaluate those decisions to roll into when you're getting to your operating budget year. So we provided that as a draft for you to look at as well, as we're introducing the concept of a 5-year plan.
So can I make a comment on that then? And I apologize, I'm glancing through this as quickly as I can, but for those future years, there'll be community input to help us decide what those projects are and if they morph. And so somewhere in here, do you make reference to that there's community involvement and input in future years and projects could be added
I appreciate that. I offer that that's sort of part of the process rather than the resolution. Now, that's council's call. We get that input all the time from a citizen survey, from your plan updates. If council wish to employ another input process, that could be part of it. I think we have to acknowledge, I mean, just look at the last couple months. We couldn't put another public input meeting into our schedule. So I think we also have to recognize we need to deliver on some things that people have been telling us for a long time before we ask them again. We've heard that. We actually stopped the CIP portal, CIP every year, because people were telling us, stop asking me the same question over and over and over again.
No, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that there is a level of input from the community that will potentially change the projects or in the manner in which the projects are funded. I would feel more comfortable if that was reflected in the resolution.
So I just want to pull you back a little bit to the policy that you established in 2015. And it really called out, how do you engage the community? And one of the ways in which you established, as a part of your CIP process and policy, was to utilize that citizen survey. And that was on the heels of exactly what Martha said, is that we were being told, we were doing it every year, specifically as a CIP element, and people were saying, you're evaluating us for the same set of projects every year. We're going to tell you that it's transportation, public safety, and parks, or something in that order. So we tried to redefine that process and build in a mechanism that could be used broadly with the citizen survey that we do each year. So there's particular questions on the survey that contribute to information and feed to the project development. And then the other things that are identified in the policy are really other departments, like I'll take Parks and Recs, for example. They use their own types of survey mechanisms to always get citizen input and feed that into how they develop projects. And then, of course, master plans are true influence to that have their own set of citizen engagement as well.
And I'm not advocating any more involvement. I'm not saying add a new committee or a new set of surveys. I'm not, because I agree with what you said. I'm just saying I'd like it reflected that this is not just council making this call. This is being,
this is reflective of input that we've received from the community. That's all I'm saying. I'd like it somehow reflected in this resolution. And I will tell you, quite frankly, because, and Jeannie, this process has been flawed in the past because we have adopted a multi-year CIP project that did not go well. So I think now we've gotten to the point where it is running correctly. The process, I have no question with the process we've used. I have no question with the surveys and how we've come to this point. I would just like that reflected, that this came from the citizens too. It's their CIP.
So if I'm seeking a clarification for myself, you're not asking for more citizen involvement input. You're wanting a whereas clause that indicates that that has been a part of developing the plan, just a statement that that is part of the process.
If I could add the sixth whereas, if you just add citizen input as one of the things that change, subject to change based on, that might be a place without a full new whereas.
I was thinking the same thing.
So how many citizen inputs did we have on this?
Are you asking number of people? It's always very low. Even with, if you look at a recent example, the Parks and Rec Master Plan, for the amount of hours and communication mechanisms, et cetera, it's relatively low.
We're talking dozens, 100, 200, 500?
I think compiled over years and variety of inputs, I think then you're getting into the hundreds.
So I'm just, the reason I ask is if we're going to put it in a resolution, I want it to be reflective, not that citizens had, citizens had an opportunity, but then as I'm looking at some of these, I apologize, I see over and over and over and over about public transportation. And I'm wondering, is public transportation anywhere in our plan? Is it anywhere in our budget? Are any of the things that are on this list actually in the budget that we're going to be approving? And the other element of it is, I don't want to say it was with incredible public input, and I'm being a little bit facetious there, if it really wasn't. I mean, I'm fine to say something to the effect of, the public had the opportunity to have input, but if 10 people gave input, is that a whereas?
I would offer this perhaps at this point is I think we're hearing what all of you say. You talking to an individual citizen is also citizen input. You're reflecting that. So there are just many, many, many ways to do that. We hear that, and that's citizen input. So how about if Jeannie and I do some creative wordsmithing to share with council? It sounds like everybody's okay with some recognition that that's a vital part of our process. We can take that offline and work on that a little bit more. And this, with all the other documents we've provided you, we recognize you want to go home tonight and look at them before you go to sleep.
I do want to say you make a very good point, because I didn't take that part into consideration when I was thinking about public input, because the things that we're inputting should be a result of our talking to our constituency. So that makes sense now. So thank you for that clarification.
Yes, thank you for clarifying what you were after and your interests, so that helps us.
Does that address your concern?
Councilmember Garamella?
Jeannie, I had a specific question. I had asked about the alarm reset, and I was just quickly reading through it. It says commercial and to the clubhouse in specific. The question I have is, back again very specifically, is what is the mechanism of when they will be notified it is intentional or it is okay? Because there's several mechanisms of how I can at least think of 3 commercial, a clubhouse, like say for Breckenridge, and then I know 2 other facilities of how I've seen false alarms go in. We hold a safety deposit, but we release the safety deposit after the cleaner goes back and checks everything is okay and releases it. Does the fire department inform the property manager right away within 24 hours that it was caused, so that the safety deposit is whole there? Once we release it, it won't look good to go back and recharge them. That is one scenario. The other scenario is many people don't hold safety deposits. They just take as part of the agreement. So several scenarios, because these things have to be informed at many commercial areas, and this has to be publicized to all the people. And then that is what my concern is, what will define and how will you go about it. So that's my concern.
So what I can generally answer is that the responding officers, the fire department, if they arrive on scene and discover that the alarm has been cut off or reset, they will be, the person or the property owner will be notified, or the tenant in this case, in some cases, will be notified at that time that there is an offense, because that is illegal in our code and the North Carolina Fire Code. If they're not on site, I will have to follow up and find out what the exact procedure is and what the timing is to really answer your other scenario case. But generally speaking, they are informed by the official that is responding on scene, that recognizes and identifies that there's a safety issue because the tenant or property owner has elected to cut off the alarm. Yeah.
It's illegal, I totally get it. If someone like there pulls the alarm and by a kid comes and pulls it, many a times that's a false alarm. And the reset, Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, many a times that happens. And then a reset, it goes to the fire department, and the fire department comes in and resets it. So then, how does it work? Is that a false alarm, or is that how does fire department take that?
I am punting this to the former fire chief that I have apparently forgotten.
You don't wear that uniform anymore. Nobody.
For you when I was trying to answer this question.
I've been trying to get on the mic here. The purpose of the false alarm fee is for commercial structures is when the fire department responds to an alarm that has a malfunction, and it is a malfunction that they can verify. It's when the occupant does not correct that malfunction and the fire department continues to be dispatched is when this fee will be activated. In the case of an accidental alarm, such as a pool station, a person thought they saw smoke or they burnt popcorn in a microwave, those do not fit this fee. They are legitimate alarms, and they would not be enforced for this fee. Now, obviously, the resetting the pool station or resetting an alarm before the fire department arrives is a violation, and we certainly try to take an educational approach to educate people not to reset it, because if you reset it, the fire department can investigate what caused it, and that could be a problem. But in scenarios you're describing, they would not fit this violation.
So just to clarify, if some kid goes many a times, pulls the trigger, and that's and then it automatically starts the whole process. So is that considered like an offense or not an offense?
No, that is not an offense. Now, obviously, if this was problematic, we would reach out to that group to try to provide some education, some prevention education, but that would not meet this fee here.
Okay, faulty equipment, absolutely, I get it.
Faulty equipment that we can verify and it does not get corrected is an example of when this fee would be activated.
Got it.
Some data that was offered was
Thank
in
you.
the past 12 months was 370 false alarms, just to give you.
Okay, so I think it'd probably be helpful for us to have a chance to process some of this information. I think that we've generally moved forward with this budget and we're very happy with it. And is it possible for staff to let us know like what they need answers from in a yes and no form on the 5th, so that we'll be prepared for the 12th. Like, for an example, do you want the vehicle fee to be 30? Do you want the property tax rate to stay the same? What are all the list of answers? Because I think we're pretty close, but we need confirmation of what you need to hear from us so we can be ready, unless we want to try to do some of that now.
So if I might sort of reverse the question. Do you know that now? I think one of our desires is letting you see all the budget ordinance and the documents at your June 5th meeting. If you wait to have that discussion until then you nor the public gets the chance to view all of those numbers and ordinances. So in the absence of questions, what else do you need to talk about? I mean, I recognize it's 10 to 11. I'd offer, if you want to continue to talk about the planning for the CIP, that's not a number in your operating budget that's going to change any of those draft numbers. But I'll offer, it's not just typing a new number in. We rebalance, we calibrate, we recheck ratios. There's a lot of work that goes into changing even one number in a budget. So the more you can tell us about those kinds of changes tonight, the better for you and for the transparency to the public. I haven't heard any concern, so we're sitting here with no information to take forward at this point.
Okay, well, just for example, the couple of last questions of the CIP were things that I asked, and we haven't had a chance as a group to sort of process, like the 219 Pew House, and things like that, or whether or not council should be getting a raise and things like that. So it's hard to answer those, but if there's a couple of questions that you want to ask us for the ups and downs, I think we could probably get some of that done.
So I'd offer for those two items, just as an example, and we talked about this again last year, council getting a raise or not can be handled separately. It's in the resolution, but you could strike that if you wanted to talk about that more. Right now, there's a line in that page that says council will get adjusted at the same as staff. That's not a budget line item. The 219 Church Street is an item that can be brought back separately if it's necessary. It wasn't proposed for a reason. I think you should hear those reasons before you just put it in a budget. There's a reason why it wasn't in the base budget. I don't believe we're ready for that decision.
So I would just say, given the light of everything that we talked about even earlier in session with respect to the potentiality of Apple, with respect to the potential of Amazon, RTP is, prime real estate. If Apple really does move here with 10,000 jobs, if we don't get ahead of the idea of buying land, we're going to be so behind the 8 ball, and land will be, as soon as it's official, every house in Morrisville is going to go up who knows what %. And I'm just really concerned that we're in a position, we're in a crossroads that we can look forward to what we may need to do, and it may take really gutsy move, but I would hate for us to be 3 years down the road looking back going, my God, why did we not make the decision that we could have, similar to if the town had purchased a bunch of land for whatever use it may want in the future. The fact that there is such limited space or limited land now, and it's possible that just the mere mention of Apple coming here has made every large landowner increase their prices. I don't know if there's something that we need to think about doing now, or are we just going to let it ride and see what happens? I don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm very scared that doing nothing is going to put us in an even deeper hole in a year from now.
That's valid, and I guess that's more of a policy discussion. The fact that we aren't allocating anything out of fund balance now for those kind of efforts doesn't mean that we can't pretty quickly with a budget amendment. But yeah, that's kind of a more strategic discussion that we haven't had as part of this budget. But that might be something that would be good to start to socialize and get our minds around. And if we're looking to do the Parks and Rec green printing exercise that they talked about, if we're looking for parkland or if we're looking for economic development land, these are the things that we can use that money for. And I think that's a good discussion that we should have. I'm not sure if we could do it at this juncture of the budget or how it would affect this budget, but I hear you, because one of the items was maybe doing some design funding for Morrisville Community Park, the next phase. And we haven't really talked about that very much, but that's something that can come back when we have a little bit more robust discussion about it.
May I add from a staff perspective? Even without a pending announcement from any future employer, this council has started talking about land purchases of various types that we've introduced into that CIP discussion. One of the things I think I've mentioned it is you don't have fund balance capacity to buy land. You don't have it. So you're talking tax increases, which you I would caution that you have not introduced that to your citizens. So at this point, I don't think that would be a productive conversation to have without having that conversation with the citizens. We've now, had the budget out there without that discussion. But I also mentioned that we're already preparing to go to the local government commission to prepare for future bond sales. And these are some of the questions I want to ask them and bring back to council so that they can have that policy and budget discussion. What is involved from a financial perspective with buying parcels? And then you do want to have those strategic discussions beyond just buying land to what does that mean to you, where, how, what, and you want to do that in closed session.
No, I absolutely agree. I'm just thinking in terms of timing. We're not looking at 10 years from now with these potential large organizations coming in, and if the discussion is always, well, tomorrow, let's think tomorrow, or let's start seeing what our options are. Eventually, it's going to turn into we have no options. And even as it relates, maybe council members do need to go out to our respective geographic districts and other places and really talk to the citizenry about a tax increase. Because I think if we didn't do that and then we don't have any potential land for whatever use that may be, and we don't bank some land, it's going to come back where they're going to say you were ineffective yet again. Let's replace another council. And it's such a hot topic right now with our citizenry that I don't know that we should just be blinded by whatever it may be or have blinders on so we don't see it coming. And I mean, if we each independently, own the decision that we want to make, that's fine. I just don't want to lose the opportunity from a strategy perspective. And I think we're behind the 8 ball. If we were 3 years ago, we could talk about thinking a little bit, but it just makes me very concerned if we don't do anything for a year or so. If I knew Apple was coming and I had a few $1 million and I was a developer, I'd be buying up every piece of land I could buy up because I know I'm going to be flipping a profit. And then we're just going to have more houses, more residents, no schools, no roads. Just it can put us in a bad place, I'm afraid.
Okay, Councilmember Winbill, I agree. And socializing a property tax adjustment is good to do early and try to get some feedback and get people used to the idea. A lot of our great ideas have sort of accumulated over time, and then they come to fruition. This budget is one example. There's a lot of great stuff in here that we can move our progress forward. So I'm glad that you brought that up. because I think that's a valid look forward, especially when we compare our tax rate to many of the other 12 municipalities. We are fairly low compared to many. So there might be some capacity there if our residents really indicate to us that they're looking for an increased quality of life and a little more control of our future in regards to land. So I think that's a really good point that you made. To sort of wrap this up, I think that we are generally really happy with this budget, and I don't think that we need to discuss anything more tonight. Please take a look at these items, share your concerns with the town manager, or as during this next week or two. June 5th, we'll be coming back with some really hard numbers to look at. We can always change that then, but this is what the citizens will be looking at and expecting us to pass on the 12th. So we don't want to make any major changes at that point, but if we want to make some changes, it's up to us to do that, to put forth a really good budget that's been presented to us, and we're going to be owning it. So it'll be the town's budget at that point, so be ready to say yes. Anything else, Town Manager Page? Do you have everything you need for now, Jeannie? Ms. Hooks? Okay.
Very much.
It is 11 p.m., and I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, please say bye.
Aye.
Bye. We are adjourned. It's 11 p.m.